Following the light. Growing up in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, I lived at 270 Rochester Avenue between Eastern Parkway and Lincoln Place. The 80s was a different time to grow up as a young black youth. Seeing people doing drugs or fighting, breaking out, violence was at an all-time high. Everyone was trying to find their way or make a name for themselves. Seeing the neighborhood drug dealer come through with his fancy gold jewelry and nice cars, or the stick-up kids flashing cash or any stolen items they just boosted off someone, seemed to be idolized among the young black or Latino kids in the neighborhood. The guys that I looked up to be a group that stayed posted on St. John's Place and Utica Avenue, the forefront of the infamous Ralphie's kids, who would later change their name and form a collective bond with another group who hailed out of Brownsville, Marcus Garvey Village. The impact they had on urban culture is priceless, and in 30-plus years, their name still rings bells across the globe. Taking the fashion world by storm and taking what they wanted just to fit in with what the world was at the time speaks volumes. Attending public school during their reign, it was two ways to get to school. Either walk towards Eastern Parkway, where I attended PS 167, or I could go towards St. John's Place, where you would see these young teenagers wrapped in the finest fashions and dipped from head to toe in every name brand that was popular at the time, but mostly in their uniform of choice, Polo by Ralph Lauren. Wishing that I could be part of the team, but due to my household rules and regulations, that was just a fantasy. And maybe for a good reason, because a lot of guys running rampant during this time either got locked up or became deceased. May they rest in peace. The streets do not love anyone, and many people found that to be true. 30 years later, I ran into one of the original members I looked up to when I was a young kid, and we had a brief conversation, which led to this book being read by you, and hopefully more to come. I want to thank Big Boo, aka The Watchtower, for giving me an opportunity to shine my light. 2 L's. Gang warfare and the rise of the drug game. During the 80s, the crack epidemic hit the neighboring communities of New York at an alarming rate, which caused many low-income households to suddenly fall apart. Many single-parent mothers had to raise their children without the help of a father in the house. Drugs were taking over, and crime was on the rise. Coping with harsh living conditions, the ghetto became survival of the fittest for most. Young African-American males, as well as young Latinos living throughout the city, were enticed by the wicked deception of having finer things by indulging in the rat race of getting ahead with the rare notion of selling drugs. Many lives were lost in the process. Jail or death was the result for most when it came to the destruction of many families living in the hood. Many adolescent teens were intrigued by the amount of money they could acquire by selling drugs, not knowing the damage it was causing around them. Choices are made and results come later. There are consequences in every act that an individual takes in life, whether good or bad. Fast cash, nice cars, beautiful women, and nice clothes were the main wants of a young kid growing up in the hood back in the day. To come from a broken home and seeing drugs demolish a family unit, or being on welfare and seeing your parents struggle could turn a kid to want to dabble in the streets. Many youths took everyday chances with their freedom by engaging in criminal activity day in and day out. If you were not drug dealing, you probably were robbing just to get by during this time-changing era. Everybody was trying to get paid no matter what the results were, and the outcome was drastic. Being born in poverty-stricken environments with no hope of a better life seems to always have a hard effect on those residents that reside in these hopeless habitats. What other options do the youth or adults have if there are no resources to help their situations? Who is looking out for us? When there are no answers, you must go find it yourself by any means necessary. What has always made New York so unique is the 5 boroughs that make up this beautiful place. Many people have come from around the world just to get a taste of the Big Apple, as most refer to it. Every borough is special in its own distinctive way. I honestly believe each borough has its own story to tell, and many great things as well as hardships have been encountered throughout the course of time in these passing years. Let me take you on a journey of how Ralphie's kids came to life, as well as the low-life movement coming into formation, and how it is still going strong after 32 years. When listening to The Bridge Is Over, the chorus explains it all. Brooklyn keeps on taking it, Brooklyn keeps on taking, Brooklyn keeps on taking it, taking it, taking it, taking it. No disrespect to any of the boroughs in this classic rap song, but what always stood out was the Brooklyn line explaining the way many people felt about the residents of this borough. St. John's Place, better known as SJP, sitting in the Crown Heights section of Brooklyn, was where one half of the notorious shoplifting crews emerged from. A group of young males intrigued by the expensive fashion of the 80s, seemingly knowing that the high-end attire wasn't able to be purchased, decided the best way to get it was to run into different clothing establishments and ransack whatever could be obtained in the process. Some of the major clothing brands were Ralph Lauren's Polo, Guess, Nautica, Benetton, Fila, and Adidas, to name a few that were on the agenda to rock while roaming through the concrete jungle during this time. There was nothing that compared being around your peers, dressed from head to toe in the finest garments, knowing and feeling like you were important in that stance. Not being able to afford the expensive clothing made the treacherous crew desire it even more. Even if you were lucky to get away with shoplifting the goods and making it back to your stomping grounds, you still had to worry about rivals, your own crew members, and stick-up kids. Many youths were losing their lives over clothing, but the rush was addictive and everyone wanted in. The uniform of choice became the infamous Ralph Lauren's Polo collection that this Brooklyn crew began to gravitate to the most. What became a sense of identity for most soon became a lifestyle to others. Dressing the part was key. A kid could be draped in polo and be broke to his name, but his confidence would be on cloud 9 due to the appearance that was being showcased among his counterparts. It was all about how much you could acquire, and these missions, or Mia, as most lowlives will refer to, it became an obsession. What distinctive piece could be taken on these dangerous runs? What stores had the exclusive clothing that other crew members were not aware of, and how would it be possible to get hands on these special pieces? The main goal was to get as much as you can and make a name for yourself, as well as not get caught in the process. What became just a sense of wanting to be fly or fresh in the hood also turned into selling the clothing for a profit. It became an everyday hustle. The second half of the Low-Life's crew resided in the Brownsville section of Brooklyn, better known as Marcus Garvey Village to be exact. Crew that frequented that area around that time were also known as USA, formerly known as United Shoplifters Association. The two crews formed due to the respect of how each crew handled their everyday operation, taking on the risks of looking good as well as making $1 in return. The affiliation became a drug for most. There was nothing to not wanting to get into the polo craze back then. Some crew members held down jobs as well and decided to not risk their freedom for these colorful but electrifying pieces of clothing that was taking over the minds of the ghetto youth. Ralph Lauren, born Ralph Lifshitz, decided to change his name, I guess in order to be more appealing to the masses that he would soon try to target with his first line of accessories, which was a line of ties. Turned down and not giving up his American dream, Ralph decided to go for it and later formed the Polo brand that continues to thrive to this very day. The brand itself became entwined with the representation of being associated with a sense of royalty and significance, and many lowlives wanted a part of this involvement. The clothing was vibrant and fresh. New pieces were being developed every season, and as fast as they were being issued in the clothing stores, the shoplifters were taking them off the racks and headed out the doors. Polo was becoming the youth's new identity, and there was no stopping it. While people on the outside looking in may look at the boosters or shoplifters as mere criminals, there were young youths trying to be connected to the upper class that were able to afford these brands and feel as if they were somebody rather than what their living situations consumed them to be. It is difficult to know that your parents cannot afford a nice shirt or pair of pants, and the only way to obtain something you want is to go and steal it. These were the chances that were being taken every day. Some crew members were going out of town just to get items that were not being seen on an everyday basis. Some crew members sported the same attire that could be annoying knowing you don't have a leg up on the competition. That is exactly what it became, a competition on who had the rarest pieces, more or less a sport to many. Lowlives became as well known as the drug dealers in the hood. They even supplied the dope boys with the clothing that they stole from these high-end establishments. Everyone wants to look nice, and by looking nice, a price must be issued. The drug dealers were making so much money, they didn't have time to go running into these stores, so they waited until the stolen merchandise came back to them, and that's when numbers were talked amongst the buyer and the seller. The saying that the lowlife stood by was money, holes, and clothes, and they kept this true to their heart. Even though Ralph Lauren seemingly made the clothing line for a different demographic during the time, it has surfaced during the 80s. The preppy, sophisticated look that was in line with success and wealth, the ghetto youth took it and put their own spin on the outlook of many. That is where the moniker of Ralphie's kids emerged, looking like you were related to the man himself who created this masterpiece of art clothing. It seems as if gang culture has been relevant throughout the course of time when talking about the destruction of neighboring communities in the Brooklyn area. The main names that arise when the conversation is spoken are, of course, the Bloods and the Crips. There is power in numbers, and many individuals join gangs to be part of a family, or even protection from the predators of the streets. During the years of 1978, going into 1989, Ed Koch tried to take control of the alarming violence and chaos that plagued the gritty New York streets. Police were in full force, arrests skyrocketing. Growing up in an urban environment, there are slim options on getting ahead, and in the 80s, the situations were harsh. As a young child, imagine your father not being in the house, or better yet, both parents not present, and you being placed with a family member, or even worse, foster care. This was the norm for most of us growing up in the crack era. To obtain anything in life, you must give up something in return. This statement holds true to this very day. Single mothers were awarded government assistance in return only to agree to keep the black man out of the household. Without structure, many mothers had no help in raising their sons and daughters, which made certain situations worse than they already seemed to be. Being a black male during this transitional era was difficult. No man wants to feel like they cannot provide for themselves as well as their own family. When the man is not around, considered the head of household, everything seems to crumble. Young black children growing up in the hood who are fatherless gravitate to the older individuals who are getting the money. No one wants to see their mother or guardian struggle to put food on the table. When crack came out of the blue, it seemed as if the option of getting by in the hood was answered. There have been numerous stories on how crack cocaine came into these struggling communities and gradually destroyed many households as well as lives. The drug itself was just a means to ease the everyday problems that urban residents had to encounter on a day-to-day basis. The word was that the effect that this powerful drug had on the mind, body, and soul was an out-of-world experience. Either you became a user or a dealer, and the way that the money was rolling in, it seems as if everybody was signing up to get a fix. Many crews were being formed, and Brooklyn was turning into a battlefield since most crews were in search of power and control of the drug game. There were so many crews running wild during this turbulent time, and the party had just got started. One notorious crew that became legendary was the Shower Posse, a Jamaican-based organization out of Kingston, Jamaica, who migrated to the States and set up shop in the borough of Brooklyn at the height of the booming crack widespread. The story behind the definition of the Shower Posse was that when they went to war with a rival, the onslaught of bullets dished out to their victims were like a showering of sorts. Their killings were very treacherous, and they demanded respect at any cost. They were heavy into guns and drug smuggling and providing the entire Brooklyn region with their services. They were responsible for thousands of murders in the United States alone. Their operations spanned from Jamaica to Canada, British Columbia, Quebec, New Jersey, Miami, Florida, Pennsylvania, and of course New York. It was said that one of the founding leaders, who was apprehended in 1989, agreed to testify against his own gang as well as himself, stating that the CIA was the reason that he was involved with the formation of being a drug dealer and flooding the U.S. with this captivating drug that brought in millions of dollars. In every hood, you have young children who face many poverty-stricken situations. Not by choice, but rather by being born in this hostile environment. Choices are later decided by these youths to survive. Mainly bad decisions are made because no one really takes the time to instruct these children of the consequences of their actions if they commit to their wrongdoings. There are problems that plague every urban community throughout the United States, as well as abroad, and the people who control the power know how to control the people. The government officials who run for office use tactics to gain popularity amongst the people, to gain votes, as well as to divide and conquer in order to benefit themselves, not really caring about who gets hurt in the process. The birth of the Shower Posse began in the year of 1986, when two rival communities, Arnett Gardens and Trenchtown, were both equipped with firepower to protect as well as take out voters to gain power and global dominance. The JLP, the Jamaica Labour Party, and the PNP, People's National Party, were the two major political parties vying for the control of Jamaica, and the battle was very intense as well as deadly. Providing residents with guns and ammunition to kill and destroy is not helpful at all, but when you are living in poverty and promised the world, the choices are slim to none. The political masterminds behind the destruction were Michael Manley, PNP, and Edward Seaga, JLP, who used Jamaican gangsters to help control the mind of the residents with fear and intimidation with their vicious attacks on anyone who got in the way. A whole community got divided for political gain. The purpose was for these people that actually grew up together and probably were like family members was to fight and kill in order for politicians to gain control of them, not knowing that their lives will be damaged. The political parties were more like an organized gang, and everyone was signing up to join whatever party seemed to be more sufficient to their wants. Some felt as if their party was in office, that there would be more access to jobs, more money, more opportunities, and the leader of these political parties were promising the people what they wanted in return for their votes and affiliation. The violence was so intense during this election that members of the Shower Posse, who were affiliated with Edward Seaga, ambushed and shot fellow native and famed legendary reggae superstar Bob Marley. It seemed as if nobody was safe during this dramatic chain of events. Almost 900 people were killed in Jamaica that year alone. Once elected and in office, some officials have bigger tasks and problems to handle, but they also knew that they cannot lose focus on the ones that got them in position. A feared and ruthless enforcer by the name of Jim Brown was given an opportunity to run freely from Jamaica to the United States, distributing drugs along the way. Jim Brown, also known as Lester Coke, was a notorious drug dealer and henchman with political ties and the backing of his political partner, Edward Seaga, financing his drug operation. Coke had no worries at all. The United States became a place of opportunity for most Jamaican youths, seeing the widespread use of money being made by the drug business that was being set up in a new foreign land. Jamaican gangs were setting up shop and benefiting the most with their daily operations. The street value was close, if not almost $1 billion business, but it also came at a cost. Rumor had it that two different Jamaican gangs cannot coexist in the same area and that they will kill each other off to gain control of that territory if necessary. The most brutal encounter came between the Rankers and the Gully Man posse, which happened in Brooklyn right off Sterling Place and Schenectady Avenue, right in the heart of Crown Heights. The Shower Posse had a stronghold on the drug business, and New York was feeling the pressure at the height of it all. The leaders of the Shower Posse did not trust the Americans, so they would recruit Jamaican youths to the States. Having no other good options overseas, many youths felt as if this would be the better choice. The Shower Posse grew in numbers as well as the death rate for the opposing gangs that stood in the way. The residents who continued to reside in Jamaica were being well taken care of due to the U.S. currency that was being sent back home by the drug dealers who continued to cause havoc on the U.S. soil. In 1985, Edward Seaga decided to raise the price of gas to $11 a gallon, and the residents began to riot. Jamaica once again became a war zone for the people, and the army trying to combat the violence and pain that would soon take over the beautiful island. The poor people were being sucked dry, and they had nothing else to give to the political tyrant and his party. When you have no other resources, I guess the best thing to do is to fight back and hope everything falls in your favor. And that is what the residents decided to do. The Shower Posse had taken over 21 states, and the feds, as well as local police, decided enough was enough, and they launched a takedown of this violent group who not only supplied drugs, but were into kidnapping, robbery, money laundering, assaults, domestic and international gun trafficking, and fraud. 200 arrests were made in the year of 1988 to stop the Shower Posse and their operations. In Brooklyn, the posse headquarters, or trap house, in which guns, drugs, and money was located, happened to be in an apartment building listed at 1367 Sterling Place. The apartment building was referred to as the White House, or the Killing House, in which gang members, or the rivals of the posse, were killed or beaten. Drugs were sold out of this building, and the profits were very lucrative to the posse operation. The owners of this apartment building were believed to be killed by the very man that controlled the drug operation being run throughout the building itself. Real estate was being purchased, with the money being profited due to the illegal activity that was spewing throughout the various communities in which the posse continued to operate out of. More or less used as a front to look like a legitimate business, but in hindsight, still a very dangerous and turbulent operation that at any cost would be protected by violence. Each of the houses that were being bought were considered like a stash house where the abundance of drug shipments were being placed so that the operation could continue to be flooded through the streets, and not just New York, but wherever the posse had set up shop. As a youth growing up in Brooklyn, many Saturdays consisted of waking up early, grabbing a bowl of cereal, and heading to the nearest television to watch the best cartoons possible. Later, many children would go outside and imitate what was seen and acted out with their peers. One of the famous and iconic cartoons at the time were the Transformers, which consisted of robots trying to save Earth, and in the process, the Autobots, or the good robots, battling it out with the villains, who happened to be the Decepticons. 3 childhood friends that resided in Brooklyn during the late 80s decided to form a bond of brotherhood in lieu of all the craziness that was plaguing the New York streets, as well as the crews that were forming throughout the school system during this era. Everyone was trying to gain a rep, and it mostly came with a cost that would be vicious to those that could not stand their ground. The brotherhood would eventually grow into a gang that would be feared by many due to their vicious and malicious acts on rivals as well as innocent civilians that came in contact with them. The Decepticons' founding members, Cyclonus and Rumble, who attended Bushwick High School, while the other member, Megatron, attended Brooklyn Technical High School. The initial plan was to form a group of individuals with the same mindset to protect each other from being bullied by others that preyed on the weak. In a short period of time, the numbers grew throughout most of the boroughs in New York. Brooklyn, being the home base, soon spread like wildfire amongst different sections such as Clinton Hill, Flatbush, East Flatbush, Bed-Stuy, East New York, Brownsville, Harlem up in Manhattan, and Queens. The DSAP's reign of terror lasted from the late 80s well into the early 90s, and even though they are not mentioned as much nowadays, their impact on New York will never be forgotten. Known for impulsive attacks and muggings, this form of violence causes fear into the hearts of those that were not affiliated with them. There were even female members that eventually would join the gang and go by the moniker of the Deceptionettes, in which they too were as ruthless as their male counterparts. The initiation process for the female members were to either get jumped in, meaning that they would have to fight off other members, or they would have to get sexed in. The females will have to sleep with the males of whatever legion or branch they were to be a part of. It's always strength in numbers, and the wolves always prey on the sheep. What turned from 3 young teenage boys trying to hold each other down by protecting each other turned into something that spiraled out of control and took over with no sense of direction. Many notable rappers have had promising rap careers after running with their Decepticon crews back in the days, and have also mentioned or shouted out their ties to this infamous crew. The older generation of the Decepticons were just trying to survive, but doing it in an unlawful way, robbing jewelry stores, clothing establishments, innocent people, anything to get ahead and gain a profit. When the younger generation came along, they had no structure and were more unorganized than they probably should have been. As crazy as it seems, the Decepticons were generally part of the New York gang culture that many to this very day know all about. Vigilante terror. Violence has always plagued the inner city, and during the 80s, the subway system seemed to be the main area where most crimes would occur. Young thugs, as they were being labeled, seemed to terrorize any patrons going to or from their well-known destinations across the boroughs of the Big Apple. On December 22, 1984, 4 African Americans were shot and wounded due to Bernard Getz, a patron on the 2 train, feeling as if his life was in danger, took it upon himself to protect what was his on this given day. Being previously assaulted 3 years prior to the incident of mention, Getz later applied for a permit to carry a concealed handgun. Even though owning or using a firearm is illegal in the state of New York, he still managed to take a trip to Florida where he purchased a .38 caliber revolver for his own safety. Getz's daily routine of work was to transport electronic equipment and large sums of money from many different locations, and he wanted to be safe at all costs. While aboard on the 2 train, the black youths stated in a police report that they were headed to the city to rob an arcade at the time. Getting on at 14th Street, the youths made up their minds that Getz would be the intended mark, not knowing that they would end up the victims. While sharing signals to each other and ready to carry out their plan, the youths approached Getz. Filled with anxiety and fear, shots rang out and all youths were hit. One of the bullets severed one of the assailant's spinal cord. Rumor had it, Getz walked over to the bleeding youth and fired another shot, stating, "You don't look too bad. Here's another one," and decided to shoot him again. Getz stated that he felt as if one of the youths had a weapon and he had to think quickly. Caught off guard, passengers on the train decided to flee to the next car out of the reach of the chaos that happened to spin out of control in a matter of seconds. Being approached by the conductor of the train, assuming that Getz was a police officer, he was later informed that Getz was merely just a regular patron who thought he would become another robbery victim on New York City Transit. Scared and not knowing what else to do, impulse took over and Getz jumped on the tracks and ran through the tunnel to Chambers Street Station, where he exited to his freedom. He later went home and decided to rent a vehicle, only to drive to Vermont to escape all the craziness that would soon come his way. While on the run, Getz decided to get rid of the clothes as well as the weapon that was used during the failed robbery attempt on his life. On December 26, an anonymous call came into the New York Police City hotline with details matching the lone gunman who happened to be Getz. Not knowing that he was a wanted man, Getz returned back to the city only to gather some important items and this time headed to New Hampshire, only to go to their local police headquarters and then turned himself in, stating that he was the person of interest in the New York subway shooting. Getz felt as if the New York City justice system was lawless and his actions were looked upon as if he took matters into his own hands due to others labeling him confused and emotional. The reports were stating that he had become the city's very own vigilante. During his tape-recorded confession, Getz stated that his intentions while being surrounded by the assailants was to kill them, and he hoped that he had more bullets to shoot more into them. He was also quoted saying he wanted to gouge one of the guys' eyes out also. Getz was taken back to Manhattan on January 3, 1985, and arraigned on 4 charges of attempted murder. His bail was set at $50,000, where he refused any financial support from family or friends and later on posted his own bail with his own money. New York City became a divided playing field, mainly due to Getz being a Caucasian male who happened to take matters into his own hands and deliberately shoot 4 black males who he thought were going to harm him. Some New Yorkers believed Getz's story. Others felt as if race played a major role in the shooting. The black youths stated that their only intention was to panhandle and not rob Getz. They wanted money only to go to the arcade and have a great time. There was no mastermind plan of malice amongst them. After the shootings, Getz became a household name, and he gained many supporters who felt as if he was a hero for standing up to his attackers. The guardian angels, as well as the Congress of Racial Equality, even supported Getz. Funds were collected toward his legal defense. The assailants that were shot did not get that same positive outlook from the community. They were just looked at as street animals that had finally got what was coming to them. Getz later admitted that fear and race was a major part in him pulling the trigger. Taking his case to trial, Getz was sentenced to 6 months in jail, a year of psychiatric therapy due to the trauma he faced in lieu of the shooting, 5 years probation, 200 hours of community service, and a $5,000 fine. Later, the conviction he received was overturned to 1 year in jail without probation due to many miscues in the case. Getz would eventually just serve 8 months. Obstacle race. Coming from neighborhoods such as Crown Heights, many of the youths gravitated to the harsh reality that no one cared more about them than themselves. Well, to a certain point. Being from broken homes where the father or mother may have not been present, some had to be raised by other relatives to survive during these hard times. When all you want is love and someone to acknowledge you as a person, who else can you turn to but your own peers who are facing the same troubles as you are? Ralphie's kids were true survivors of this game we call life, taking chances every day to be accepted like the privileged children beyond the concrete jungle who lived better due to their parents making sure of it. A group of street-witty teens taking on the moniker of Ralphie's kids about boosting designer clothing and putting their own twist on how fashion should look like and just creating a craze that continues today. It became a sport for most, but later a way to provide for not just them, but their own family. Ralphie's kids became the base or root of how the lowlife came into formation as well. Beginning in the heart of Crown Heights on the block of St. John's in Utica, a story like no other would soon become world-renowned among the masses. Wanting to live like the gangsters and dope dealers throughout the neighborhood, chances had to be taken with suicide missions, jeopardizing one's own freedom every time members of Ralphie's kids ran up into a clothing establishment at any given moment. It was a plain mission, and once inside, every man was for themselves. If lucky, to escape from the security guards or undercover detectives prowling in search of nabbing the infamous crew members, things could be very lucrative once back on the block. The slang term, "get gully," came from the Jamaican crew that was running the drug scene at the time, and some of the Ralphie's kids saw the benefit of selling the stolen merchandise to them, not knowing these guys were something serious in the streets. There is nothing like looking good with the right garments, and just as bad as to young teens that were taking chances with their own freedom, the Gully Men posse were also taking chances with their freedom as well. The drug dealers during this time wanted to look good also, and they saw the neighborhood kids coming through with expensive clothes that many knew was impossible to acquire if you were not making real money. Anything that could be attained on any given Mia's would be sold at a reasonable price. Leather coats, shirlings was the biggest things back then. Any name brand clothing that was in style during that time would be on the list to grab and brought back to the hood for profit. Dealing with the Gully Men posse was like a for sure payday if you had the merchandise that they were looking for. Money was flowing like water in the days of the drug craze that was literally ripping neighborhoods as well as families apart, and the Ralphie's kids took full advantage of it. Survival is always the key, and to get what you want in life, you must go get it by any means necessary. By having such a great partnership with the Gully Men posse, it was pure excitement when Ralphie's kids went on their mission, or Mia's, knowing that when they got back, the money would be waiting also. Even before going out, some crew members would yell, "Get Gully," 'cause they knew it would be a great day for them. The term gully had another special meaning throughout the hood in reference to staying or getting fly or looking good. Reputation has always been a major thing amongst blacks and Latinos. It is like a code for the streets to make a name for yourself no matter who gets hurt. If your name rings bells, then the power and respect comes next. Many crews were forming and coming together, causing havoc and making a name for themselves, and everybody seemed to be a target for opposing crews, catching those not down with them wherever they came in contact. Even if members of the Ralphie's kids were able to escape the clutches of the security of the clothing stores they were running up in, they still had to deal with the likes of the Deceps or stick-up kids that lay lurking on the trains en route to freedom. It wasn't an easy task knowing harm was waiting on any given train ride back to your own stomping grounds. See, it was always others wanting to take what you had already risked your freedom by taking from somebody else. Some crew members inside of your circle would test your gangster as well to see where your heart is. It was a cutthroat game, and you had to be built for the bullshit that came hand in hand when you decided to get involved with illegal activity. Many crews roamed in packs, knowing that there is strength in numbers, and if you got caught up being solo, the chances of getting away is slim to none. Robbery was at an all-time high, and nobody was safe. Either you had to be with your crew and fight it out, or have a razor or pistol to combat the opposing crew in seek of causing bodily harm to you, as well as relieving you of your stolen goods or any other possessions you owned. Just like the teens that were shot by Getz, Ralphie's kids could have been harmed just as well. Many members have lost their lives to the cruelty of what this world brings. No guidance equals no direction, just an attitude of impulse and how to go out and survive at any cost. Being from a predominant black community and having no positive outlook on what is around the corner, many of the children at the time were making adult decisions and not knowing what the outcome would be for them. The teens that gets shot were from the borough of the Bronx, but the same outcome could have been for any black child during this life-changing event. One of the accused assailants that got shot was later paralyzed, trying to flee from being shot by Getz. The chances the youths were taking was extremely dangerous for them, but running off pure adrenaline and testosterone was a deadly combination. The first teacher that most children learn from are mostly their parents. But when dealing with the severity of growing up in a time when there are no chances given due to the color of your skin or the living conditions that you are faced with, you have to get what you are given and sometimes take more if the opportunity presented itself. Growing up poverty-stricken and feeling as if your back is against the wall, some children are forced to become adults at an early age, not even getting a chance to enjoy their own childhood. When dealing with peer pressure or even trying to fit in with the in crowd, the choices must be quick and swift, and the consequences come later. Before the wild and young even made their mark on these mean streets, there were crews paving the way for them as the young looked on, anticipating their own chance to get in on the scene. Brooklyn has always been unique, and before most gangs even formed, there was a particular gang labeled the Tomahawks. It originated in Brooklyn and even started other divisions throughout the tri-state area. They were considered the largest black gang in Brooklyn at one time or another, and just like the Crips and the Bloods fighting over turf or any other misunderstanding situations at the time, the Tomahawks would usually beef with the Jolly Stompers and whatever gangs that wanted to rumble. Most of those battles were vicious and deadly. We learned from them. The Education of Sonny Carson, a very popular cinematic black film that featured in the 70s, showcased the reality of how the leader of the Tomahawks, Champ, turned his life around and tried turning negative situations into something positive that could benefit him as well as those that ran with him. After the movie, Champ took some of the money proceeds and decided to open many businesses in his own neighborhood, even starting a construction company. A hood tale was that Champ would ride an actual horse that he owned through the Brooklyn projects like a real live cowboy. Champ was feared and respected at the same time. Just like the Tomahawks and their existence, some crews tend to fade, leaving their mark on the younger crowd, not knowing that a cycle remains, and the older dudes who happen to be the forefathers are mainly responsible for this. Without a strong base, anything is liable to break down, and most crews who continue to follow the illegal structure of the street are forced to either head to prison or end up dead. There was an old movie theater on Sutter Avenue that the Tomahawks would frequent daily and would usually get in for free since they would provide security for the theater. The Jolly Stompers would come through trying to take over or cause havoc at any given cost. A lot of brawls and violence occurred because these gangs, as well as others, were trying to stake claim on different neighborhoods in Brooklyn. The Jolly Stompers got their name by stomping out whoever got in their way. Hood Tale states that the legendary Mike Tyson, who hailed from Brownsville, was either a member or affiliated with the Jolly Stompers. By not having any education or no promise of any businesses in the community hiring these youths, it seemed that the only thing that they could get in was trouble or join a gang. Extortion was one of the major crimes that the gang members were involved in, extorting and preying on the many merchants that were afraid of the backlash if they said no to the demands those members were seeking. Business owners were too afraid to testify or point the finger and were unwilling to talk to police. The gangs had too much control and power, and the rise of recruitment continued to soar through the roof as things in the different sections of Brooklyn got worse and worse. As the gang activity continued to rear its ugly head, a Hebrew organization by the name of B'nai Zaken thought it would be a great idea to unite all of the gangs and form a coalition labeled the Family, in which everyone could benefit, and not just the main two notorious gangs at the time, the Tomahawks and the Jolly Stompers. Crown Heights to Bed-Stuy all the way into East New York was controlled by gang activity, and the reach extended more by way of force. The infamous Empire Rollerdrome, which most Brooklynites refer to as Empire Skating Rink, became a major hangout for most of the neighborhood kids. But in a short period of time, the gangs invaded this space as well, and all hell began to break out. The owner of the skating rink was a Caucasian businessman by the name of Hector Brumi, who refused to fall victim to the extortion demands that were handed out by the gangs trying to make a profit by any means. The gang members wanted to be business partners without an actual contract agreement, as they did not like to be denied by anyone. The empire was grossing almost $100,000 a year, so imagine if your hand was in the pocket of most of the surrounding area businesses and they were pulling in major cash. Most of the chaos would happen on weekend nights when capacity was at an all-time high. It seemed as if large crowds brought more problems. The plan was to cause issues at the rink and have the owners select who they would bargain with for the security, since they could not rely on the police to keep them safe. By extorting the businesses, the proceeds were being exchanged for guns that happened to come from the Hebrew organization B'nai Zaken. They saw the benefit of having a partnership with the Tomahawks and the Jolly Stompers, the two most treacherous gangs to walk these Brooklyn streets, and they took full advantage of it. B'nai Zaken did not stop their partnership just with those two gangs. Their reach traveled the whole spectrum of Brooklyn and probably beyond. The leader of the Tomahawks decided to part ways with the B'nai Zaken organization, mainly due to the fact that he felt that they had a hold on the gangs, and they had total control of how these gangs operated, so they were heavily targeted by the police departments in the area where crime was being mostly done. One of the main temples that B'nai Zaken operated or held meetings were located at 237 Buffalo Avenue in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. Brooklyn back in the days had always been divided due to certain crews claiming rights to their residing neighborhoods, and if you didn't live in a certain part of town, it was best that you didn't step foot unless you were ready to get it on. Even going to check a female, the first question you would ask was, "Where you live at?" Shit was always hectic, and you better be strapped. No dude wanted to see females in their neighborhood giving another dude play from outside their own hood. You could not even go play basketball or attend a house party in somebody else's hood without dealing with some kind of bullshit. Go play ball and win against the opposition and see what the outcome would be. Black-on-black violence was spreading like wildfire, and everyone wanted to catch a rep. Meaning that by any means necessary, the aggressor was ready to make a name for himself at any cost. Nobody wants to be played or feel like a sucker, so they do what needs to be done. A lot of individuals are dead by choosing to not walk away or who got caught up in the wrong situation. Some have made the penitentiary a home away from their actual home and have embraced it with open arms. Growing up in Brooklyn, there were certain places that were off limits, especially for young black men. Imagine having to watch your own back in your own Brooklyn neighborhood, but also knowing that if you step foot somewhere else, would or could get you killed. Wrong place, wrong time. In 1989, on August 23rd, a young African-American teenager became victim to a hate crime that still looms over Brooklyn like no other. That young man went by the name of Yusuf Hawkins. From East New York, Hawkins and 3 other friends had to go to Bensonhurst to inquire about a used vehicle for sale, not knowing that on this actual night, all hell would break out. The young black males walked into an ambush that would forever change their lives and take Hawkins' life as well. The mob's motive for the beating and murder was fueled by the notion that the predominant Italian-American residents thought that the young black youths were dating the females who lived in the Bensonhurst neighborhood at the time of the crime. They were filled with rage and hate, and they took their anger out on 4 innocent black youths. 10 to 30 Caucasian males armed with bats coming can be intimidating, especially when you do not know exactly what the reason is. One of the Bensonhurst youths decided to pull a pistol and shoot Hawkins twice in the chest, instantly killing him. The incident was the third hate crime against black men by the hands of Caucasian aggressors living in New York City during the 80s. William Turks was killed in 1982 on June 22nd in Brooklyn, and Michael Griffith on December 20th, 1986 in Queens. The city was in an uproar due to the heavy racial tension that plagued the surrounding areas. Al Sharpton decided to leave the cavalry to try to end the tension and hardship that many of these residents were facing due to the color of their skin. The two main leaders that led the mob attack, chasing Hawkins to his death, were tried in separate cases. The shooter was convicted of second-degree murder on May 17, 1990. The main defendant was acquitted on May 18, 1990, on murder and manslaughter, but convicted on 12 lesser crimes that did not hold much weight compared to the more serious crime. Outraged and upset with the decision that was heard through the Brooklyn airwaves, the black community decided to take to the streets and protest their distaste of how the case was handled. On June 11, 1990, the shooter that shot Hawkins was sentenced to 32 years to life in prison. The other accused assailants were also tried and convicted. Al Sharpton had planned a march to protest the verdicts that were handed out, and he decided to go back to Bensonhurst to do so. While there, he was stabbed in a school playground. Even though the person was caught and convicted of first-degree assault and sentenced to 5 to 15 years in prison, Sharpton took it upon himself to ask for leniency for the person who attacked him. Hawkins' killer served 8 years and was later released on June 2, 1998 from Attica Correctional Facility. The following year, on January 22nd, Hawkins' father and the guy who murdered him later met where an apology was issued for the role in the hate crime that took an innocent young black man's life. A mural was done in Brooklyn to honor Hawkins, located on Verona Place in the heart of Bedford-Stuyvesant. Many well-known rappers acknowledge Hawkins and paid their respect to him in their songs. Crown Heights is on fire. Just like any black teen living in the hood, you have to be aware of your surroundings as well as other unknown territories that you may come upon. Ralphie's kids were quick to venture out into different environments just because, or just to go on certain mias, not knowing the danger at hand. Or maybe. Racial tension had always been a problem, and being careful was a priority. Either it was your own peers who looked just like you, or Caucasian males filled with hate, or maybe even racist police officers itching to cause harm. The stack of cards were against any black person during this time, just as it is now. Living just to survive is not the answer, so we learn to adapt as well as make sure we do not succumb to the bullshit we are dealt with due to how we were looked at. Being black is sort of like a gift and a curse, and the target has always been on the backs of many, and some still carry it, not knowing what is yet to come their way. 2 years after the death of Yusuf Hawkins, in the summer of 1989, from August 19th to the 21st, racial tension reared its ugly head once more on these beautiful streets of Brooklyn. It would later become known as the Crown Heights riots due to the death of a child of Guyanese descent and another child being severely injured by a motorcade driven by a religious Jewish movement. lasting 2 days and causing major chaos in the streets. Brooklyn was in a real uproar, and many people got hurt. Residents who lived in that area chose to loot many businesses. Some property was burned down to the ground. Jewish residents that were not involved with the crash were also assaulted just for being Jewish at that time. The Jewish and African American communities were at war, and the outcome was getting out of control. The tension was extra thick. 2 people lost their lives. 152 police officers were injured trying to keep the peace amongst the residents. 38 civilians were also injured, and there were 129 arrests during this time of destruction. 2 weeks after the riots had died down, a Caucasian male who was taken by mistaken identity was killed by a mob of black assailants who thought he was a Jew. It was said that the motorcade that was driving the Jewish religious group was following an unmarked police car that had 2 officers in it, with the lights flashing, indicating anyone watching would be well informed what was going on. The alleged driver that struck and killed the child had lost contact with the unmarked car and had run a red light, trying to catch up to the vehicles that he was following. The Jewish driver ran into another vehicle on Utica Avenue and wound up knocking down a stone pillar, causing it to fall down and pitting 2 children, killing one and injuring the other. The 2 children were cousins. Gavin Cato, the deceased, and his cousin Angela Cato, the one who survived the car accident. The crash happened near President Street. After the crash, the driver decided to get out of his vehicle and tried to save the children that were pinned, but this only made things worse. The residents that lived nearby took it upon themselves to beat the driver until the police came upon the scene. Taking their frustration out on any Jews that were in sight, the black residents turned on attack mode and began assaulting anyone who did not look like them. Nobody was off limits. Even police felt the wrath of the angered community. The ambulance that took away the driver that caused all this was a private ambulance service that did not cater to anyone who was not of Jewish descent. If Gavin Cato would have been helped quicker, maybe he would have had a chance to survive. It was also said that the Jewish driver did not have a valid driver's license, as well as other suspicious inquiries. Being taken away from the crime scene first and allowing the 2 black youths to sit and suffer caused a horrific scene and what probably caused a riot to occur. Many African American residents felt as if the black youths were not given a fair chance and that the Jewish residents were treated better because of their skin color and their involvement in the community. Jewish residents' homes were destroyed, as well as their businesses, and it seemed like things were getting worse by the minute. The rioting spanned all throughout Crown Heights, and every young person, as well as older, was taking a chance on getting in on the looting and destruction. This gave some of the members of the Ralphie's kids ammunition to cause wrecks and run up in many of these businesses and do what they were known to do, which was take. Cops and robbers. Poverty, crime, violence, harsh living conditions, peer pressure, single parent in the home, not having the proper resources, poor schooling, no jobs, being born in the ghetto, school to jail pipeline, not given a fair chance in this cruel world, police brutality, gang life, learning how to survive in your own habitat, being born black or Latino, the cards already stacked against you mentally, babies having babies with no sign of direction, welfare, drug dealing, fast cash equals bad results. Nice cars equals being pulled over by racist police. Death.
3 strikes and you are
Out. Judicial court system. When you get locked up, your family will do the bid with you. Remember that. Just remember that. Consequences, right from wrong, hoop dreams, robberies, rap star, crooked politician, nice clothes, boost in, trying to keep head above water, low income housing, projects, everybody trying to come up, beautiful women having you jammed if you're not careful, deadbeat fathers, baby mama drama, jewelry, diamonds, trying to live the American dream without being a target. Read more, obtain knowledge, defy the odds, brand yourself, believe, break the cycle. Just some of the things that many faces living in the hood tend to face daily. Living in neighborhoods where your next door neighbor was once your friend, now growing up and wanting a piece of the pie in any way that it can be obtained, now y'all are at odds fighting to get a buck. That could be detrimental to both. Even in poverty-stricken neighborhoods, one must watch out. Police officers are here to protect and serve. Well, that is not the case for many black and Latino residents, whether right or wrong, who are mistreated because of their skin color. Even now that we have camera phones, it is still documented, but no legal actions are being taken against police behavior. During the year of 1986, 12 police officers from the 77th Precinct in Crown Heights, sits on the block of St. Mark's Place and Utica Avenue, were arrested and arraigned on numerous charges. But one main charge that really caught light was the stealing of drugs from drug-dealing suspects and in return, selling those same drugs for their own beneficial purposes. The dozen cops arrested all pleaded not guilty to the charges. Prior to the illegal activity going on in the Crown Heights Police Department, another group of police officers in a different department at Bedford-Stuyvesant were also dabbling in the illegal activity as well. 13 officers were suspended after an internal affair investigation found out that money and drugs were stolen from local drug dealers. Those drug dealers who were arrested and later told that money and drugs were being taken from them led to the investigation of the crooked police officers. It would seem odd that a criminal would snitch, not just on themselves, but a police officer. I guess some have the mentality that if I go down, then we all go down. No honor among thieves. One incident that occurred with the help of a couple of drug dealers who agreed to wear wire and set up some of the crooked police involved with the shakedown and hand them over to their own department. With his back against the wall and facing major time by going to trial, the suspected drug dealer was able to get 2 dirty cops off the Brooklyn streets. With being blocks away from this illegal activity going on, many teens and adults felt the harsh reality of how the neighborhood enforcers abused their power. Living on St. John's Place and roaming the neighborhood on a daily basis, some members of the Ralphie's kids would from time to time bump into these alleged crooked cops and have to be a step ahead due to the fact that they moved in the same manner as them. Everybody was trying to get a piece of the pie. Not to say that these two groups had a friendly relationship, but a cat and mouse effect. And when you have the law behind you, you tend to think you are invincible to a degree. Police corruption was running rapidly during the 80s, and even though some good cops have tried to get a handle on things, you still have a few thinking they are above the law. While the scandal had rocked the 77th Precinct, another situation was starting to bloom across town in East New York in the 75th Precinct that sat on Sutter Avenue in Brooklyn. By not getting paid top dollar for services to protect and serve communities, some police officers took matters into their own hands and decided the next best thing to do was to confiscate from the criminal, not realizing that they were just as bad as the one they were taken from. When you are able to have the law backing your every move, you feel as if you can't be touched. And a sense of power picks you up and you ride that wave until that rush is gone. Basically, like a drug rush, which got you fiending for more without knowing the effects it brings. Some officers were extorting individuals and taking payments for those selling drugs or doing anything illegal to continue their operation. And those officers turned their head as if nothing were occurring. During 1986 till 1992, the officers were living two different lifestyles, and no one noticed or gave it any thought. Being a police officer as well as a criminal can be very tiring. But these officers had a plan, and their operation was running smoothly. Even the Colombian cartel was doing business with these officers. Guns, bulletproof vests, and police scanners were distributed to them by way of the seized items from others that had fallen victims to the officers' doings. Like I said before, there is no honor among thieves, and one of the most notorious police officers at the 75th Precinct went down due to one of his fellow officers ratting him out, and in return, the head of the illegal operation got hit with 12 years on racketeering and cocaine trafficking charges. The informant police officer only received 3 months for the takedown of his partner, saying in return, "I regret I ever met him." The exploits of these actions in the 75th Precinct were so severe that there's a documentary out about it labeled The 7-5, which explains the story from start to finish and how serious Brooklyn was during this time. One of the officers caught in the 77th Precinct scandal, who had agreed to testify against his fellow officers, was found hanged in the closet in his mother's home in an apparent suicide. The pressure of guilt and betrayal probably took its toll on him, and facing jail was a steep price to pay, especially being a corrupt cop and having to spend part of your life amongst those you had arrested or mistreated along the way. During this golden era, where crack cocaine had jumped on the scene, the local drug dealers not only had to worry about competition, but also corrupt cops, either extorting them or locking them away for good, or even worse, death. It was about money, and the hood was spewing with it, even though the ghetto was poverty-stricken. Some residents chose to pick their poison, and others took advantage of the opportunity at hand. Being from Brooklyn, or any surrounding boroughs in the big city of New York, or any other large cities during the height of the big drug epidemic for that matter, many youngsters decided to jump on a train and test the waters in order to gain financial status in the streets, and by doing so, went at it full blast. Growing up where hope is not preached to the children of the ghetto, and every time one looks at the hood superstars pulling up to the block with designer clothes or big jewelry dripping from their hands and necks, can easily be painted into the mind of, how can I obtain that? But not really thinking what's the consequences that go with it, and maybe it's easy. Some were built for the street life, and taking penitentiary chances was no concern to them, as well as those that ran with them. Just like watching out for law enforcement, as well as your own crew members, many individuals were getting money and had to watch out for stick-up kids just as well. Stick-up kids did not discriminate against anyone. Rumor had it that some hip-hop legends who walked the Brooklyn streets back in the day were targeted as well as victims to the hands of these notorious gun-toting gangsters. Some individuals did not want to put in the work of grinding and selling drugs for a living. Robberies were the next best thing to survive. Some of the members of the Ralphie's kids would go on their own Mias and come back to the block not knowing what was awaiting them once they touched down. Stick-up kids lurked everywhere, and for the most part, the New York City transit was extremely dangerous back in the days. You had to protect yourself as well as your possessions, not knowing what harm was waiting in those train cars. Easy to pull a weapon on someone and take what they have and go about your business. But just like that, having a reputation throughout the streets can also come with a target on your back for those you robbed along the way. Reagan era. When trying to destroy a person or a group of people, you have to learn their strengths as well as their weaknesses and execute your plan. Once you supply someone, in time, whatever you presented them with will be greater, and you can now reap the benefits if the product is good. During the Reagan administration, in the year of 1986, it was alleged that the CIA had involvement in supplying poor neighborhoods with cocaine, in which later on would be turned into crack and eventually start to wipe out families slowly, but at an alarming rate. Not only did blacks and Latinos worry about their neighbors or corrupt cops that shared the same living space day in and day out, but they had to also watch out for the United States government targeting them. It was a horrendous act against people that had no options from the start, and now they had a serious matter plaguing their communities as well. It was said that the money that was being profited from the sale of the drugs was later on in being able to fund the Contra rebels, in which the government or any higher-up ranking officials did not know or approve of the matter. The concept is to target these low-income neighborhoods and supply the dope to the black and Latino residents. Let them sell the product to everyone who may look like them, get them hooked, and watch their lives spiral out of control. Then, while watching the destruction unfold, scoop in and arrest the drug dealers as well as the addicts, all the while repeating the process and using the now incarcerated for personal gain by keeping them in the mental, a new kind of slavery. If the Caucasian addicts get hooked or become dealers, oh well. Even though it was not meant to harm or destroy their race, they are probably considered to be collateral damage. Everybody cannot win in this dirty game. The trafficking of cocaine during the time Ronald Reagan was in office played a huge role in so many families being torn apart and has also been classified as human genocide in the black and Latino community. Even though many investigations were going on to prove this matter, no evidence came about that the CIA or the United States government had any involvement in this act. During the time the Contra rebels were fighting their war, it has been said by reliable sources that the drug trafficking operation was at an all-time high. A former Panamanian health minister took a chance and blew the whistle, and it eventually cost him his life. He was found murdered. One Contra leader also stated that a Colombian drug trafficker was paying the rebels $50,000 to help with a large abundance of kilos of cocaine to be shipped from one destination to the next. A partnership was being formed, and the end result would be lucrative for both parties. The cause of these actions was to sell the drugs and then take the profits to fight the Nicaraguan government. The DEA, Customs Service, FBI, and Costa Rica's Public Security Ministry, as well as rebels and Americans who worked for them, played a part in trying to uncover what was being done right up under their noses and catch the foul play that was spreading from far away and landing on American soil. One of the American informants stated that the drug shipment was flown in on planes and later taken to Contra-rebel airstrips and unloaded, as well as heavily wrap and conceal it, only to be later unloaded in Florida State, mainly Miami at the time. Miami, San Francisco, and New Orleans were the main spots that were the destination of drug trafficking. In 1986, on April 17th, a 3-page report was issued through the Reagan administration stating that a Contra operation was heavily involved with transporting cocaine from the year of 1984 till 1985. It was also stated that the United States government paid close to $1 million to various companies associated with the cocaine traffickers trying to carry out assistance to the Contra rebels. Over a course of time, the drug craze swept the nation, and just like that, boom, the neighborhoods of America got engulfed in the genocide and destruction. Children, as well as adults with no other means of making money, were easily introduced to the drug of choice, which happens to be cocaine, which was classified as a rich man's drug at one time or another. Later on, it became the poor man's drug known as crack throughout the neighborhood. The infamous Notorious B.I.G. once shot out lyrics saying, "Either you're slinging crack rock or you got a wicked jump shot." These few lines summed it up about living in the hood. The drug dealers of that time were mad scientists and did not know how brilliant that cocaine turning into crack would or could shake the drug game up. Supply and demand became the new thing in most of the poverty-stricken neighborhoods, and the drug wave easily found itself knocking hard on many doorsteps. The first neighborhoods to experience the cocaine introduction was the city of Los Angeles, where gangs such as the Bloods and Crips became partners with a San Francisco drug ring. The proceeds were split, and some of the capital, which generated in the millions of dollars, were later funneled to a Latin America guerrilla army backed by the CIA. Colombian cartels and the black neighborhoods of America had first tastes on how this newly found drug would change the world and flip the nation upside down. It was not just Los Angeles feeling the effect. The drug was making its way across the United States, and it finally touched down in New York. Many black and Latino residents felt the blunt blow that cocaine and crack was doing to their families, as well as destroying their already offed-up living conditions. Cocaine, which is also known as coke, is mostly snorted through the nasal passage. The effects can be very intense, in which the heart feels like it's beating out of your chest. But it can also bring joy and happiness. It can also lead to death from an overdose. Cocaine is isolated from the coca plant, originally from Peru, since 1860. Cocaine is transformed into a rock-like substance that is usually smoked and offers the drug user a short but very powerful, intensifying high like no other. Once crack formed this ugly head, the widespread ran rampant and dove headfirst into major cities: New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, and Miami, in which, being by the water and having a pipeline of planes dropping off kilos at the time, wouldn't be traced or found out so easily. Young children of the ghetto were going to sleep hungry and tired of being in a dire situation, but waking up with a foreign opportunity awaiting them once they hit the block. Just like that, money was flowing, and these youths, even members of the Ralphie's kids, were dabbling in the drug game, just to be able to provide not only for themselves, but their loved ones also. It's not that the ghetto is poor, it's just that the residents have poor spending habits, and when you feel as if you don't have a chance in hell to make a difference, not only in your life, but your own kids or family members, you tend to gravitate to alcohol and drugs to ease the pains of the world. Money was flowing like a faucet, not able to shut off water to a thirsty mouth, and youngsters were becoming overnight hood superstars, as well as money makers, in thanks to destroying their own race to get ahead. The drug epidemic not only brought money to those that distributed the drug to these low-income neighborhoods, but the crime and death rate also went up. To protect your product and continue to supply the demand of the clientele, you must arm yourself and defend what is yours. People are losing their lives over the drugs. School to prison pipeline. The American dream is to go out in the world and get a nice job that pays well, drive a nice car, have a family, and make a way for yourself in the world. Reality? This all can be true, but tell that to a child born in a poverty-stricken environment and see what their answer to that is. If all you see growing up is liquor stores on every corner or abandoned houses boarded up, cracked vials on the ground in different colors, graffiti on the walls in different colors, having to worry about your skin color when police are around, or your peers lurking to cause you harm, then maybe a conversation can be had on that matter. Growing up, some children living in urban environments attended school, and instead of some of the teachers trying to understand why their students were acting out, would either inform them that they wouldn't amount to anything in life, or basically just give up on them, knowing in return that the teachers were there for one thing and one thing only: a paycheck. In every action comes a consequence, and if you tend to not get an education, then the next best thing is something that will lead you down the wrong path, unless you tend to find a job, which probably is the best thing, especially back in the day. Running the streets of Brooklyn and causing a wreck, as well as getting caught by law enforcement, could land you in the Brooklyn House of Detention or Rikers Island for the most part. Nobody wants to be caged like a wild animal, but when you take penitentiary chances with your life, 9 times out of 10, things do not always work in the favor of a Latino or a black individual. The system will even lock you up miles away from your loved ones so that it will be difficult for them to even visit you during your bid. Family members are also hit with the same time that the culprit is facing, and everybody loses in the process. The BDC, Brooklyn Detention Complex, originally known as the Brooklyn House to those getting locked up, it's a correctional facility which sits on 275 Atlantic Avenue. The detainees are usually either undergoing the intake process or awaiting trial in the New York City jurisdiction. If a crime were committed on a Friday, you would have to wait until Monday just to see the judge, no matter what the circumstances were, unless you had a badass lawyer. That was not the case for most disadvantaged youths going through that. The infamous Rikers Island. Reggae singer Coco T explained it all with his lyrics about this New York City jail, about a youth coming to the States and getting into trouble only to land themselves in Rikers Island and not wanting to go there. Some who have been to Rikers during the time may have looked at this as a sign of passage, of becoming a man, or validation of being somebody, but hearing stories of those who came and went will tell you that this wasn't the right move. Some have lost their lives in this notorious jail, where the living conditions, as well as trying to protect their own life, had been at stake. Corrupt staff, as well as other prisoners, has been the demise of this jail that sat on the island in the East River between Queens and the Bronx. Rikers Island became the temporary housing for some of the Ralphie's kids who got caught up in the enticing negativity of the world while trying to survive in the mean streets of New York City. If you were from one of the 5 boroughs or any residence surrounding the New York area and you committed a crime, best to believe you would surely visit the island, no question about it. The island had a bad reputation for its violence amongst the prisoners, as well as the neglect to some of the inmates who were housed in those facilities. In the year of 2013, a report stated that Rikers was one of the 10 worst prisons in the United States. 6 deaths due to inmate negligence have resulted in the city paying out hefty payments to the dead inmates' families. New York has voted to close Rikers by 2026. Crime and violence had always been a major factor when describing the conditions of the New York scenery when explained by residents that have lived on the Big Apple. A place where either you found your own way or you become a sheep amongst the preying, hungry wolves that roam the streets. If caught with a firearm, which is illegal in this state, will carry a hefty jail sentence, which in discussions doesn't really matter when criminals decide to ignore the law and still carry arms to commit whatever crime they plan on doing. Some individuals carry firearms as a means for protection, as well as the criminals to protect what is theirs, as well as protect their own lives. The police force is supposed to protect and serve, but that is sometimes a 50-50 chance deciding on the mood of the police officer assigned to a scene. Police officers cannot be everywhere, and some individuals will not wait for someone to come to their rescue, so they usually take matters into their own hands. New York City always had a gritty and rugged atmosphere, and in the 80s transitioning into the 90s, it seemed like things continued to get worse. During a time of panic, a group was assembled to be the voice as well as a sense of hope for the people. Organized to protect and serve just like the NYPD, but not equipped with guns or bulletproof vests, but with a brute force of soldiers willing to make a change. Curtis Sliwa decided to form a group called the Guardian Angels, who volunteered their time to walk the streets of New York City, above and below ground, roaming the mass transit due to the lot of crimes happening mostly on the subway. By not arming themselves and basically using self-defense to take on the role as NYC's own Vigilante justice team, the Guardian Angels were trained in first aid as well as CPR, and they excelled in many conflict resolution problems among the residents of NYC. Formed in 1979, February 13th, the group has spread to over 130 cities during their existence and 13 countries worldwide. And their presence is still felt, even though now they are kind of under the radar and not as frequent in the public eye like they once were. To be able to make a citizen's arrest without the authority of being backed by the NYPD and also to not be armed in the process takes a lot of guts, especially when your own life is on the line, not knowing if the person you are apprehending is a violent criminal or even a meek individual who on some instances have nothing to lose and will risk it all just because. There is strength in numbers, and the Guardian Angels have taken on the challenge to combat any and everything to protect citizens not able to fight for themselves. Not only have the Angels patrolled the streets or subways or any other dangerous locations, they have also provided educational programs as well as set up workshops for different schools and various businesses. During the reign of Ed Koch, who at the time was NYC mayor, he publicly stated his distaste of the organization, but later recanted his feelings once he saw an improvement of sorts. The different communities and the public gave praise to the wonderful work that the organization was doing to help the NYPD as well as the citizens to combat the fight on crime and violence in New York City. The trickle-down effect seemed to take its toll on the up-and-coming mayors who will later take office. It is like everybody that is associated with an organization or gang. They have some type of uniform or colors representing them to let the masses know who they are. Just like the NYPD, they're always called the Boys in Blue or the street gangs, the Bloods who wear red, and their rivals, the Crips who don anything blue. Gangs coming up in the 70s and 80s would usually wear patches with their group's name on whatever clothing they wore. The Black Panthers wore black and armed themselves to not only protect themselves, but also the black communities that the United States shunned upon. Even the racist hate group known as the KKK sports white sheets to hide their cowardly identity. The Guardian Angels are no different with their uniform of choice. They wear red berets and red jackets, or they may sport a white t-shirt with their logos sitting proudly upon their chest area as if they were Superman himself. The logo is an eye inside of a pyramid on a wing shield, all in red lettering. To join this prestigious group, one must not have committed a recent crime or have an intense criminal record that will deny entry into the Guardian Angels. If you are 16 years of age, you have a chance of joining, but just like any job, volunteered or paid, you must go through the ropes and follow rules and regulations. Martial arts training, CPR training, communication skills, first aid, and conflict resolution are some of the procedures that new as well as existing members, aspiring members, must go through to become a Guardian Angel. They are taught that if your life is in danger, use the wisest judgment there is to protect yourself as well as the person you are helping. The Angels have taken their fight to the internet and formed a program titled Cyber Angels, a program that teaches self-defense as well as an outreach community group interested in the neighborhood issues regarding the crime and violence that continue to plague the residents' surroundings. A non-profit group, the Guardian Angels have never demanded money nor asked for any payments for their acts of bravery to help the citizens, all in while others try to take full advantage and impersonate the organization for their own gain and in return solicited money from civilians who were in need of protection. New York City, NYC, being the foundation and birthplace of the organization, later on growing and expanding their membership, have established chapters in numerous places in the United States, such as Washington, D.C., New Orleans, Los Angeles, Chicago, Philadelphia, Dallas, Houston, Toronto, Boston, Portland, London, Tokyo, just to name a few. At the time of all the madness that was going on underground, Al Sharpton was also trying to lead a brigade of his own. Some of the kids in the neighborhood in Crown Heights, as well as other low-income neighborhoods, were given money by Sharpton to watch out for older women on the transit line due to the craziness that took place on a regular basis. Ralphie's kids, as well as the Guardian Angels, were both trying to keep people safe, even though the Angels were better trained than the youths that Sharpton used. The young kids would take the payments and do what most kids their age were doing at the time: drink beer, smoke marijuana, and not really paying attention to the job at hand, which was to be a mirrored image of the Angels. During this time, Sharpton was trying to make a bigger name that he already had by forcing his way into the Michael Jackson Victory Tour and being part of something special. Sharpton felt as if the Jackson family owed the fans something due to them having major success. He wanted to captivate on this concert and in return was named to head the tour due to serious boycott threats of the tour not going forward. Don King was the promoter and helped get the venues in the United States as well as Canada. Sharpton was given a budget of $500,000 to take care of the distribution of free tickets during the tour, which was later stated that the money was used to hire the Pride Patrol, the young kids who were picked in the various visited cities of the tour. Some of the funds went toward donations, also stated by Sharpton himself. The Jacksons later claimed that Sharpton was extorting money from the family, as well as scalping tickets for a hefty money return for his own pocket, in which Sharpton later denied. During the time, it was secret to some, but also to others, that Sharpton was an FBI informant, and he had dealings with the Genovese crime family. Sharpton wanted to get into the waste management business, but when that didn't work out for him, he decided to try his hand at the booming music industry. He felt as if it were a dirty and cutthroat situation to jump into, but the monetary gain that one could attain drew him closer, as well as wanting to learn the business even more. Sharpton was eager to make a name for himself and was not worried about stepping on anybody's toes or hurting anyone. One of Sharpton's close associates during the time stated that Sharpton himself would put pressure on the larger music labels as well as certain concert promoters into spending a massive amount of money into the black communities rather than anywhere else. He also threatened to form boycotts and pickets anywhere these companies decided to set up shop unless he was given funds, more like a contribution of sorts to the national youth movement that he was affiliated with. Tickets to certain concerts would gradually be accepted as payment as well. The movement that Sharpton was spearheading, finances were all in disarray, and Sharpton did not even bother to file tax returns for the organization as well. And no cares were given during this time. Black Superman. It seems as if everybody during this golden era was trying to capitalize on any opportunity that presented itself and did not mind getting their hands dirty while doing it. New York City was turning into the OK Corral, which was dangerous for anyone not part of the underworld. Actually, no one was safe. Kinda had to have your own back, not knowing who to trust. While Brooklyn had their own problems brewing and life-changing events were going on across the bridge into the boroughs of Manhattan and the Bronx, a young black male life would make a turn for the worse and be publicly on display for the whole world to see. Larry Davis's story would be the pinnacle of a young black man associated with corrupt cops, and when his back was against the wall, he decided that instead of his life be taken, he would fight fire with fire and go toe-to-toe with the NYPD. Known throughout the neighborhood as an aspiring rapper and well-known DJ, many of Davis's peers respected him and considered him a stand-up individual. Davis was musically inclined, and sometimes during his spare time, he would dabble in the repairs of motorcycles, something he held close to his heart. It was said that Davis was a suspect in the murder of 4 alleged drug dealers in the area, in which others felt as if Davis was set up by the crooked cops he was associated with, who he was selling drugs for, and then later decided to end that partnership, which changed his life forever. In 1986, on November 19th, the NYPD took action and decided to come get Davis, who was residing at his sister's apartment in the Bronx. Already on alert and knowing he had a bullseye on his head, he took matters into his own hands and told himself he was not going out without a fight. Backed against the wall, Davis shot 6 officers that day and miraculously escaped without any bodily harm. Not even a scratch. The NYPD was irate, and they vowed to get this criminal off the street, but they were up against a different kind of animal. Davis was going to fight until the end, and the police were not prepared. New York City was in a frenzy, and the streets were shut down, and a massive manhunt ensued throughout all the boroughs. The local drug dealers even took a loss. They even had to shut down their own operations until things died down. Everyone was on alert. Davis, who was loved and adored by so many, decided to get help from family and friends to hide, as well as elude the NYPD just enough to figure out his next move. The manhunt went on for 17 days, and after being held up in a family member's apartment, Davis, who had negotiations thrown his way all night, decided to surrender to the NYPD as long as he wouldn't be harmed or killed. Rumor had it that someone snitched on Davis and reported his whereabouts for the large reward money that would get Davis out of hiding. The initial plan was to try to get Davis out of New York City and further south just to start over, knowing the former police officers he had dealings with were trying to take him out because he knew too much. The lawyer who represented Davis felt that when the raid on Davis's sister's apartment ensued, the police were there not to arrest, but to murder the alleged killer of whom they claimed killed the drug dealers. The lawyer explained to the court that Davis acted in self-defense because he knew his life was in danger. In March of 1988, Davis went to trial and was later acquitted of killing the drug dealers. 8 months later, he was back in court, convicted on illegal gun possession, but acquitted of attempted murder and aggravated assault on the police officers who were out for blood. Davis became a legend in the hood. Angry and disturbed by the news, many of the NYPD showed up and discussed their opinions on the verdict of how the case went. Some of the black police officers who walked the beat in certain urban neighborhoods applauded the decision, knowing that Davis stood up to the crooked police officers that tried to take advantage of another young black male in the ghetto. Serving a 5 to 15-year gun conviction charge, Davis would soon be acquitted in a separate murder trial. But sometimes, when you're a black man in America and you defeat numerous hurdles, it's always some bullshit that later will jam you up, and your fate usually lies in the hands of the ones who are truly gunning for you. The authorities were determined to get Davis by any means necessary, and they were not going to stop until he was dead or rotting behind bars. The circumstances of being associated with a power source such as the NYPD by either being forced or maybe a sense of trust from one party to the next caused Davis's freedom in the long run, as well as his life being taken away while serving his lengthy prison sentence. Davis was sentenced to 25 years to life, all while still maintaining his innocence and stating that the NYPD had framed him. While in prison, Davis converted to Islam and changed his name to Adam Abdul Hakim, shedding the identity that plagued his existence on earth. In 2008, a fellow inmate stabbed Davis, causing him to die in prison. Uptown, Uptown! Growing up in the concrete jungle was no joke. Young boys and young girls were being pushed into adult situations way before they wanted to be part of that world. In school, some teachers would teach about the history of great black leaders such as Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Thurgood Marshall, Rosa Parks, to name a few. And if you wanted to learn more, you had to go to the local library and research other great leaders. We didn't have the access that we have today, but outside the school teachings, some kids had street legends that became their own idols, people they either looked up to or wanted to be like. Growing up and having to struggle and try to maintain a sense of sanity, living in the hood, could cause anyone to snap and lose their mind, or either learn to adapt and carve out their own lane in this busy world. The street legends became the leaders that the black youths looked up to as well as idolized during this golden era. Drug dealers, murderers, money getters, boosters, stick-up kids, just a few monikers that were stamped on some of the notorious people that walked the NYC streets. In the borough of Manhattan, the flow of money, due to the crack epidemic, brought 3 young black males to the forefront to be young money getters at an age way before their teenage years reared its head. Not to say that others were not getting money or making a name for themselves, but these guys made an impact on street folklore. Hazy Faison, Rich Porter, and Alpo Martinez decided to bet on themselves and make a name by all means. AZ Faison, also known as AZ, was a young black male trying to find his way in the world, and at this young age, where he brought in his childhood friend Rich Porter, as well as giving his associate Alpo Martinez a shot to form a partnership and become bigger than anyone who seemed like competition. AZ became the Harlem go-to for the most part. His business expanded throughout the city. Not able to perform academically and having certain struggles in high school, he decided to drop out and find suitable work for himself to survive in the hood. Work in the nearby dry cleaners, AZ soon sparked a relationship with a Dominican drug distributor who had frequented the dry cleaners on several occasions. The conversation of entering a lucrative money game by dealing drugs took AZ's mind to an all-time high, even more due to the influence of watching the movie Scarface prior to the talk. AZ became one of the first main drug distributors in the NYC area around the time that the crack cocaine widespread hit the streets in the early 80s. By the tender age of 21, AZ was making almost $40,000, if not more, a week off of those drug sales. Wanting to spread the wealth and put money in the hands of those he cared about, he decided to extend his hand and bring his homeboy Rich Porter into the fold after his stint in jail. Seeing an opportunity to make money and feel indebted to a dude he met while locked up, Porter decided to introduce Alpo to AZ, and later the trio took the crack game to a much higher level than what had already been established by AZ himself. Money was flowing, cars were being purchased, females were coming out the woodwork, jewelry was in abundance, street credibility was being formed, and life seemed to be great to these young black males just wanting a piece of the American pie. All that is good also had its own downfalls, and when you are a young black male doing your thing, just remember, trouble is either around the corner or has already set foot at your door, and that will be the case for all three of these money getters. When you are on top and you hold the crown, just know that everyone is coming for you. And in the year of 1987, AZ found out the hard way. During an attempted murder on AZ's life, things seemed to change drastically. It was said that his sister's ex-boyfriend and a few associated with that ex-boyfriend waited inside AZ's apartment to rob him. At the time, 6 patrons were inside the apartment. As soon as AZ entered, he was immediately grabbed and assaulted, as well as shot 9 times, fighting for his life. 3 people got killed that night, while 3 others were seriously injured. This act of violence shifted AZ's life to change and detour away from the drug operation he had built in the 5-year span. He wanted no parts of it anymore, and the change altered the relationship he had with his business partners, Porter and Martinez. Starting over and deciding to be more of a positive influence rather than the one looked upon as destroying his and everyone else's community, Faison decided to start a mission to teach the youth on the importance of staying away from drugs and to be positive in life. In 1989, Faison formed a rap group called Mob Style, whose message was in line with conscious hip-hop. The name may have thrown people off, but the message was live and direct, and that was what Faison was trying to get out to the people, a message of hope. An album came from the group in 1991. A solo album then followed with Faison spreading his own message on a lone attempt. A documentary, as well as a book, had been issued telling Faison's life story, as well as his change from the dark underworld he escaped from. The documentary is called Game Over. The book is titled Game Over: The Rise and Transformation of a Harlem Hustler. Richard Porter, the right-hand man to AZ, was also a young black male trying to find his way in the world. Known to many as Money Rich or Rich Poe, he was an individual who people in Harlem loved and admired. Although Rich was getting money and earning a reputation as someone who mid-level drug game was bringing in close to $50,000 a week, when he teamed up with PeZeL and Martinez, his rep grew bigger and the money started flowing like a faucet with no intention to shut off. Porter started dealing drugs at the tender age of 12 and never looked back. In 1984, Porter was sentenced to a year for drug and weapon possession. There, he met Alpo and an alliance was formed. Known to be a very flashy individual and true money-getter, it was also said that Rich never wore the same outfit twice. Just a different breed and cut from a rare cloth. He owned several high-class vehicles and would come through the hood and show off every chance he got. Money was not a problem to this young drug dealer, and overall, it cost him and his younger brother's life, mainly over greed and jealousy. On December 5th, 1989, his younger brother was kidnapped and held for ransom. Some said his uncle was behind the attack, in which Rich's brother's finger was cut off in order to extort money from Rich, knowing how close he was to his younger brother. The kidnappers sent the cut-off finger to the home where Rich and his family resided and demanded $500,000 for the return of the brother, eventually being killed later and never receiving a dime that was demanded. Rich loved his brother and was doing his best to try and get the money, and in return went to PeZeL for help and received it just as friends do, helping each other in a dire need. Meeting up with Alpo due to the fact that PeZeL was heading out of the drug game but still supplying Rich with product to gain a monetary transaction in order to pay the ransom. It led to Alpo betraying Rich, killing him. Back in January 3rd, 1990, the body of Porter was found near Orchard Beach in the Bronx. His body riddled with bullets. Holes in the head and chest appeared visible to the human eye. Alpo was later caught and charged as well as convicted for his business associate's murder. Rich's younger brother's body was found on January 28, 1990, approximately a mile from where his older brother's body was found. Albert Geddes Martinez, also known as Alpo, was the third member of this famous trio, a fire starter and a true hustler. Coming from a Hispanic background and being fluent in Spanish helped open many doors for Alpo. By dealing with Dominicans or Latino drug connections was an advantage, not letting the suppliers know that he understood if they were either trying to beat him during drug deals or where they kept their stash benefited Alpo in every possible way. Understanding the dialect, Alpo would come back to the stash house and take everything that was not nailed down. And one thing for sure, he was not shy about his gun game. Rising to the highest level possible during the drug era, he expanded his business affairs outside of New York City and ended up in Washington, D.C., where he got acquainted with some heavy high rollers, also making power moves and bringing in more money than the average drug dealers at the time. A resident of Spanish Harlem, which is on the east side, located in Manhattan, Alpo was raised by a single mother, trying to not just raise him, but other siblings for that matter. Alpo attended two different high schools, Automotive Mechanical and Julia Richmond High School, until his decision to drop out after his sophomore year. Already selling drugs at the age of 13, things really took off once he was introduced to AZ. Once connected with a large quantity of drugs and becoming close with AZ and Porter, Alpo easily shot up the ladder and became a force to be reckoned with. A zero-tolerance individual, Alpo was not to be taken lightly, and many people knew this about him. A hot temper led to a lot of gunplay during his reign in these New York streets. Money was flowing for these young dealers, and Alpo decided to expand on his own and took his wit and smarts to Washington, D.C., where he opened up shop and got entangled with another no-nonsense individual by the name of William Silk Perry, who would later become Alpo's bodyguard due to all the enemies he had. He had made due to kill or be killed. Alpo stated after Rich's death that he felt his fellow associate was overcharging him on drug deals, and by being upset at this action, Alpo decided to get help from another associate, where they lured Porter into a vehicle where they both shot and killed him. Money, drugs, jealousy, envy, hatred, wanting to be on top of all that played a factor in Porter losing his life that day. In 1991, in the month of November, Alpo was arrested outside of New York City. While selling drugs in D.C., he was facing numerous charges from the drug dealings and murders, and the punishment was either the death penalty or life imprisonment. Alpo wasn't trying to choose neither, and decided to cooperate with the United States government, where his business associates all received lengthy life prison sentences, where in return, Alpo was hit with 35 years. He was released in 2015. Depicting this real-life event, the movie Paid in Full explains the relationship that this trio embarked on and showed how fast money and trying to make a name in this cold world can lead to destruction. Everyone wants the fame and the exposure, and at the height of the crack epidemic, money being the root on why youngsters, as well as older people, do things out of the norm seem to be very confusing to those not put into these rough living situations. But coming from the hood, we take whatever we are given and we make a way regardless of the end result. Some feel, "At least I tried," rather than not try at all. Not to shed light on the timeline of New York City's most notorious criminals during this time, but just to introduce the harsh realities of seeing how the streets don't love anyone, and even the closest person can come for your crown with intention of knocking you off of your throne in order to be on top. Facts cannot be disputed, and in reading this book explains how everything is tied together. In life, changes are always happening, such as neighborhoods as well as businesses, and for the most part, people. As a human being, we change every second of the day, and if someone tells you different, they are lost. Either you continue your ways, which are reckless and may lead you down a path of hurt and pain, or you take a second to reflect on your life and what results you want for self, and you make that decision to change for the best and watch the outcome. Hope is what the older relatives would pray for during a time when things were seemingly spiraling out of control. That is all black people wanted, a sense of belonging and being appreciated for the greatness that comes from us as a people. The younger generation coming up the late 80s and early 90s found hope through the drug game or joining a gang where their mentality embraced a sense of family and togetherness. A reputation amongst peers is more valuable than money at times. Having a rep, and that rep being respected across the board, makes anyone feel invincible. but it also brings many invites that can lead to uncertain harm or even death. But when you are riding your own wave, the wipeout that is brewing is far out of reach in the target's mind. In the Bronx, a young black youth named Peter Rollick from the Soundview Projects decided to create his own buzz by forming the gang known as SMM. Sex, Money, Murder took the drug game to the highest level, created one of the largest Bloods gangs to hit the East Coast. Nicknamed Pistol Pete from his gunplay on certain rivals, Rollick made sure he was well respected as well as feared. His operation grew with the ability to launder money from the drug operations he was running daily. New York City, being the home front, soon grew, and the operations began to expand outside of the tri-state area. A businessman who controlled the drug market was also a known killer, who instead gave orders to execute the foes or would pull the trigger himself. Once caught and incarcerated, Rollick continued to order hits on the competition that was standing in the way of his business by causing harm and being a menace to society. At the age of 25, Rollick accepted a plea deal of life behind bars to escape the death penalty. His rep remained intact even while being locked away. His influence reached not only the 5 boroughs, but exceeded all along the East Coast and beyond. It has been said that his word alone could get anyone murdered, and that was like music to Rollick's ears, knowing people were willing to do just about anything for him. A true street legend to many, but a hardened criminal to the NYPD who vowed to put him away for life for his destructive ways. While locked in Rikers Island, Rollick decided to join the infamous Bloods gang. Being respected in the street, he didn't have to get jumped in, and it was given his own set, solely on his reputation alone. Rollick was a natural-born leader, and he showed those survival skills on the island, and many took notice of his leadership and animal instincts while being locked up. To pay his own lawyer fees, he continued to run his operation as if he were still running rampant on the NYC streets that birthed the monster he became. Intelligence is something that many are born with, while others are naive to the ways of the world. People go to school and begin to embrace the concept of reading and writing, knowing that it is a great way of communicating with others. Well, that is if you want to make it in this brutal world, for one. Some take the other path and either try to fake their way through, not knowing eventually it too shall backfire. Coming up during a time when things seemingly were out of control and some parents were strung out on drugs and living a hellish life, children were learning from what they witnessed in the streets. This is what most considered the school of hard knocks, basically stating that those did not attend school and followed the right rules in life unfortunately had to learn from the streets. And with those lessons came major hardships. Everybody in life cannot have the same occupation. This is what makes everyone special. But with a life of crime, many took the chance at whatever came their way, whether it was robbing, killings, drug dealing, whatever, just to make it. Many say that trouble is easy to get into, but hard to get out of, which is a true statement. We are born as individuals, and at birth we are given a name. But as we grow, it is like we need our name to mean more than just what we were given. When we arrived at this world, growing up and residing in the hood, it was nothing to hear a "yo" such and such name ringing bells, meaning whoever was being mentioned during that conversation was a real dangerous person, and either you rocked with that person or you stayed the hell away. just like the TV series titled The Wire, which portrayed the harsh living conditions of growing up in Baltimore. There was a character portrayed by the likes of Jamie Ortiz, who in fact hails from Brooklyn, and during the series, he was known as Marlo, a no-nonsense drug dealer who at all costs tried his best to protect what was his as well as his name. During one of the episodes, Marlo made a statement while being locked up with his comrades, and while discussing their woes, Marlo, speaking to two members of his team, influenced about the opposition throwing dirt on his name and maybe other members of the crew snitching, put Marlo in a bad headspace. While feeling betrayed and slander being thrown on his name, vengeance starts to seep through his mind. In order for the head to be able to move wisely during this period, Marlo's right-hand man decided to withhold information that could have caused a major street war. Even though this is fiction, this scene hit home to many true-life gangsters who could relate to what Marlo was stating. When the foes or opposition decides to get at you and call you out in the streets, pride jumps in, and the results ain't always good. Marlo gets agitated and decides that when they are sprung from the cell they are in, orders are given to let any and everybody know that he runs from no one, and he quotes, "My name is my name," which is as important as that person's next breath he takes. Staying on the dark side of this track, we stay in the borough of the Bronx and enter the world of George Rivera, a hood legend who became a multi-millionaire during the height of the 90s turbulent drug epidemic. A young Latino, barely touching teen status, took on the world and basically became a one-man entrepreneur service, and he enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Dubbed the James Bond of the drug game, George loved the finer things in life, and he flaunted his toys as well as his money. It was said during his short run in the game, $15 million was made in the 2-year span. George was the wealthiest drug dealer from NYC, as well as the youngest to get hit with the kingpin status once he was apprehended by the law. A pure businessman who ran his operation like a Fortune 500 business, George played no games, even though he was well respected in the streets. He was everything wrapped up in one: charismatic, leader, smart, witty, gangster, gentleman, CEO, brutal, and by having all of these qualities helped him leap to the highest of heights during a time when everyone else was trying to find their way. George could have taken all the special qualities and ran a boardroom in any city and made a huge profit, but he chose to make his imprint on the busy streets of the Bronx. Crack and cocaine already had burst onto the scene, but instead of following that lane, George tried his hand in the heroin department. The end results were very lucrative for him and anyone associated with him. He flooded the streets of Manhattan as well as the Bronx, and his product was of a high quality. Competition could not compete with him. Coming into his 20s, it was said that his heroin operation was bringing in $9 million a year, and George was becoming more powerful as his name began to grow. Even being a suave individual and running a very profitable business, George had to get his hands dirty with many homicides, and shootouts occurred during his reign. Incentives and lavish gifts were rewarded to certain workers who performed well in the organization, but disloyal behavior or coming up short would bring out a side of George that nobody wanted to see. George took his drug empire very seriously, as well as his reputation, so any flaws or miscues were a definite no for anyone who brought problems to the camp. George would have secret compartments in the vehicles he owned and would take ideas from many James Bond movies. Loaded guns would be present at the push of a button, or lights could blind anyone following him. Money and guns were hidden in the fleet of vehicles he owned, and he did not mind the expense he had to dish out for these tricked-out foreign vehicles. He purchased Lamborghinis, Porsches, Bentleys, BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, and Ferraris, to name a few, and did not worry about the price since the money was flowing. He also owned commercial real estate as well as a mansion in his hometown of Puerto Rico. A stash house was acquired on the Upper East Side just to stash money and keep his fleet of expensive cars intact so that he could continue living like a king. George was a very persistent individual, and he maintained order, made sure everything was how he wanted and no shortcuts were given. Being flashy and flamboyant with the money earned and having your name bring attention to the law seems to be all gangsters' downfall, and that held true for George, earning him a prison sentence of life behind bars with no chance of parole. But his legendary street status will remain alive forever. Living during this era, there were never any signs of promise or hope for any Latino or black faces like mine, so in return, I have decided to write what was present in these harsh times. I wish I could tell you growing up in these neighborhoods that greatness was spilling out in abundance, but that would be false. Different people just trying to make it to the next day and being able to provide what they had. The government was issuing food for those that could not afford it, as if we needed a handout. We needed more, but we made do with what was given. Canned pork and beans and peanut butter. Let us not forget about the canned milk where you had to add water. Every item was labeled in the black and white container. The infamous government cheese was a favorite amongst some black households, which came in the brown box, and it was hard as hell to slice. Thinking back on those fond memories makes me, as well as others, appreciate how resourceful black people were when we are given the scraps of the world, and we turned hardship into beauty. Imagine being on a line as if you were waiting for a club to let you in, only to receive no frills food, and your friends or classmates that live in the neighborhood see you. Total embarrassment seems to take over. No frills for the hood. Food stamps debuted in the late 30s due to many going hungry and trying to survive from the Great Depression, as well as neighboring farmers taking the majority of the nation's hit at this horrible time. The economy crashing to a halt sent the United States into a frenzy, and so the Department of Agriculture stepped in to save the people. The government interference caused an outcry from many business owners stating that this new act that was issued would and was ruining their profits in the marketplace. The deal was to purchase an abundance of food and initially distribute it to those that were needy or who could not afford to spend much for food. Basically, little to nothing but close to being given free food. The experimental program would eventually feed over 20 million American citizens until it was put to an end in 1943. Only to be reborn and issued back in effect by the president at that time, John F. Kennedy. It was stated in 1964 at a signing ceremony when the president at that time, Lyndon B. Johnson, said the food stamp plan was one of the most valuable weapons on poverty. During the late 70s and transitioning into the 80s, the food stamps were issued in the booklet format, and the paper-thin coupons had to be ripped from the booklet in order to purchase certain food that was allowed to be purchased in certain establishments. To reduce fraudulent acts from people abusing the program, the government began to issue electronic cards with the monetary amount that could be used for the household. Living during hard times brings many thoughts to someone trying to make it in this cold world, and many recipients were selling their stamps in return for cash instead of purchasing food in which it was intended for. In 2008, the paper food stamps were banished and a new program named SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, took effect. Having no understanding of what was going on, or even knowing the history of many conditions while growing up in the hood, leads to chaos or embarrassment from your neighbors or even your peers. Imagine not being able to eat or having no means of income to provide for the hungry individuals you see day in and day out. That was the outcome for many of the Ralphie's kids that roamed the streets. Many may deny the fact, but once again, many families were struggling just to make it to the next day. Imagine being sent to the store with food stamps and your friends come in. Fear and embarrassment sinks in, but when you are younger and don't understand the importance of eating and surviving, you fall victim to the unknown and you lose in the process. I hear adults nowadays wish they had food stamps now. Times have drastically changed since my upbringing. The same adults who were children teasing those that had the stamps are faced with the same thing they frowned upon. I wish I could paint the reader a beautiful picture with the words that are coming across these pages, but I would be lying as well as being an injustice to you. New York City was no joke in the golden era, and it was a dog-eat-dog mentality to most. Blacks and Latinos have learned to survive from the very beginning while also dealing with the horrific abuse thrown their way. In life, you make do with what you have, and when you get tired of just surviving and being fed scraps, you find a way to gain more by any means necessary. Street Kings Who Ruled Queens, New York. Let us take a ride to South Jamaica, Queens, and into the world of the infamous Supreme Team. What started in 1981 and continued well into 1999, the team run by Kenneth Supreme McGriff was a crew that instilled fear into many, all the while controlling the drug market in Queens. Founded by Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols, the team took their operation to new heights and engaged in many illegal activities such as drug trafficking, armed robberies, murder, and money laundering. What started out as a group of teens who were members of the 5% Nation quickly left the nation and formed their own crime syndicate. McGriff running the show and having his nephew second in command to the drug dealing operation took the team to an excessive plateau, exceeding a money amount of almost $200,000 a day in profits. McGriff, being a natural-born leader and controlling the business, made him well respected and feared in the streets. Having a major target on his back due to how the team operated at this time soon got McGriff on the NYPD radar, in which later he was arrested and sent to prison for 10 years, being locked away but still running the show behind bars. His nephew Gerald Prince Miller took over the reins and ruled with a much more iron fist. He had to prove himself, and he did with force. A zero-tolerance order came into effect, and Prince made sure rivals and anybody else that was a threat was taken care of or put out of the picture, especially if the Supreme Team was losing money. It was stated that 8 murders were ordered while McGriff was locked away and Prince was running the show. The team was well organized, and they communicated by using the 5% Supreme Alphabet and Supreme Mathematics just to be a step ahead of the law enforcers as well as the opposition. They were ahead of their time, and to outsmart anyone trying to take down their operation, they took drastic measures in order to make sure nothing jeopardized what was going on in their camp. In every operation that is operating at an all-time high and mainly pulling in an abundance of money, the eyes of the law tend to take notice, and everybody wants to take a crack at bringing you down. Being in power and able to pay off crooked cops or any law officials have their perks, but believe that you will take major losses in the process. Price would eventually get caught and apprehended, causing the state to move in on the Supreme Team operation, hitting numerous stash houses and confiscated guns, money, incriminating photographs, documents, drugs, and other items that will help build a strong case against them. Having this information, McGriff ordered that the operation be shut down until further notice, just to let the heat die down. Once released from prison, Prince got back into the groove and helped get the Supreme Team back on track, mainly running the show as if he had never left. Upping up security and basically running the operation to a science. Prince had to be careful, knowing that the law that once locked him away still had eyes on him and everyone associated with him. Violence and murders continued under McGriff and Prince's leadership, and in 2007, McGriff was convicted of murder for hire, in which he acquired charges of paying someone to murder 2 individuals. 5 days of deliberating the case, a jury found McGriff guilty of murder as well as drug trafficking, and McGriff was sentenced to life in prison. McGriff and his nephew were not the only ones in Queens making noise, and that is when the term real, recognized real came into play. There were other crews and individuals making a name for themselves in this drug game, but there was a guy by the name of Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols who took it to a much higher level. Anyone in his way would feel the wrath as well. Nichols, born in Birmingham, Alabama, and at an early age moved to NYC and resided in Queens, New York, took on the nickname Fat Cat due to his huge head and football player stature. Jumping into the drug game during the 80s, Nichols saw an opportunity and dove right in with the help of employing close family members to help build his empire. In a game so cutthroat, competition as well as disloyal associates get dealt with in the harshest way in the streets. It has been said that Nichols was responsible for murdering his former parole officer as well as a female he once dated. Moving to NYC at the age of 10, Nichols found himself in an unknown area and dealing with being with his mother and her now 3rd husband. No sign of a role model in sight and no care in the world, the streets began to raise him. Not interested in the school system, dropping out of 9th grade and running right into the arms of crime would determine the outcome of this young black kid's life forever. The streets don't love anyone, and when you have no guidance, you believe that the money, women, and people loving you are really what you need to stay on top. But everything comes to a halt when you ride that high. Joining a gang while still an adolescent, Nichols and another young individual committed 2 robberies, and later Nichols was apprehended and convicted of the crime, which he was sentenced to 18 years. But that sentence was cut due to Nichols only serving 2.5 years, being released in 1980. When you are making noise in the streets, you have to understand, not just your enemies or your business associates are watching, but also other people seeing the potential in you. Always someone higher up willing to take a chance to use you either for their gain or for the both of y'all to make it. Nichols was able to jump into the game by being connected to the mafia. During the height of the drug boom that began to spread like a bad virus, the mafia was controlling most of the drug trade on the East Coast, and by being in business with them, Nichols found himself in the best possible position. Trust is a major part when you get into a business where the outcome is either jail or death, and nothing good comes from it but the material things and the huge abundance of cash that was considered dirty to most and trouble for others. Employing his mother and his two sisters were the first steps that Nichols took in building his team. He also brought in a friend whom he met while incarcerated by the name of Howard Pappy Mason, who would be an important figure in the business as well as a piece that would also bring major heat and destruction to the empire that was being built. Moving drugs and being on top, Nichols had to have a headquarters to keep money, guns, drugs, and anything else he had to have hidden, so he decided to run his business out of a deli. Big Mac's Deli to be exact, which he and his wife took over from his wife's father. Remember, everybody is watching when you make major moves in the hood, and that leads to people telling, and in this case, Big Mac's Deli was raided in 1985, and the NYPD was able to obtain $180,000 in cash, heroin, marijuana, cocaine, as well as an arsenal of different weapons. Nichols was able to bail out on all the charges he was facing, and he felt as if he was in the clear until his then parole officer later violated him and locked him up after bailing out on the previous encounter. Enraged and not wanting to go back to jail, a scheme of sending his parole officer a message was soon put into place, and Nichols ordered some member of his crew to go pay the parole officer a visit, in which things didn't go according to plan, and the end result was murder, in which Brian Rooney was gunned down. Nichols was later charged with second-degree murder for the death of the parole officer, even though he didn't pull the trigger, and later, at his trial, Nichols stated that his intentions was never to kill anyone, but rather rough him up and send him a message. While locked away, business continued as if he was still on the streets of New York. Hits were still being ordered behind the bars that locked Nichols, and anyone that violated Nichols or anyone on his team would be dealt with in payment of death. Two individuals met their own fate when they decided to rob Nichols' then girlfriend. One of Nichols' baby mothers decided to steal money from him, which probably was the wrong thing to do, but stealing the money and spending it on another person put Nichols in the bad state, and she had to pay the consequences for her actions. Nichols' crew took it upon themselves with orders from him to pay the then girlfriend a visit, and when they caught up with her, she was with her child as well as her friend. Not knowing that her life was in danger, bullets began to ring out instantly, killing Nichols' former girlfriend and wounding the friend who actually survived the shooting. The child that the former girlfriend and Nichols shared was dropped off in the yard of his maternal grandmother's home, so he wasn't hurt. It seemed as if bad luck was soon coming Nichols' way. A case of events transpired that kept Nichols on the edge. Nichols' wife was kidnapped during the year of 1987 and held for ransom, which was later paid, and his wife was released. The kidnappers were later apprehended. The next event that occurred was Nichols' mother's house being firebombed. His mother and stepfather were able to escape, but Nichols' half-sister became a casualty due to the fire. In 1988, Nichols have been convicted on drug and weapon charges, sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. While locked behind bars, it was said that his business partner, Pappy Mason, also locked behind bars, took it upon himself to murder an NYPD police officer that was staking out and trying to protect a citizen who had called, reporting illegal activity on the street he lived on. This brought major heat on Nichols, and his crew soon came to a sudden crash. Pappy Mason was sentenced to life in prison in 1994, as well as being charged with Edward Burns' death, the NYPD officer who sat in his marked patrol car and was killed in the line of duty. To help his sister and his mother get lighter prison sentences, Nichols was said to have cooperated, as well as telling on Pappy Mason, a partner he was causing havoc in the streets with. Pressure bust pipes is a universal saying that has made its way out of many mouths over a course of time, mainly meaning when your back is against the wall, either you're going to fold or come out on top. In the cold world, trying to survive one day at a time can lead to so many changes in one's life. Some people are addicted to the life of crime, yet they soon forget the harsh backlash that they face once it comes to a screeching halt. Once you bring problems into your life, as well as your immediate circle, the consequences affect everyone around you, and that is why it is best to do your dirty by yourself. Fast money has always seemed like the right solution to the young Black and Latino children growing up in the poverty-stricken neighborhoods during the time when life could have been like living in hell. The children of the ghetto have learned to adapt to their surroundings as well as the circumstances that have been dished out since birth. As much as I hate the term, I'm a product of my environment. This has been a truthful matter for most. It's like basically if you're put in a bad situation, mentally you become stuck, not knowing if you push forward in life, you can overcome many obstacles that at one time seemed to cloud your judgment. But now you have faced them head on and defeated the odds. As we leave the borough of Queens, we shortly re-enter the infamous borough of Brooklyn, a borough with an extraordinarily rich history like no other, never taking away from the other boroughs of New York City. Just a little reminder to you, the reader. Brooklyn coming for everything. Brooklyn. What more can I say than that one word alone? It is a sense of pride when anyone asks, "Where you from?" And the reply is Brooklyn rather than New York City. The culture itself is self-explanatory and the history is beyond words. The borough has produced some of the good, the bad, and the ugly in its time. Being young in the hood, some kids wanted to be like their favorite basketball player, someone you probably only saw on television, or if you were lucky enough to get someone to take you to Madison Square Garden to catch a game. Many were not fortunate to attend those games, so the neighborhood gangsters and boosters became the ideal role models without even knowing the effect they had on the youth. You basically cannot knock how these young children were intrigued by what they saw on an everyday basis. It was like going to school and learning the ropes of the street. And for most, graduation was either going to prison, which was glorified in the streets as becoming a man and being labeled real among your peers. One of Brooklyn's infamous crime figures during a time when New York was spiraling out of control was a guy by the name of Walter King Tut Johnson, a Brooklynite to the fullest, hailing from Cypress Hills. Growing up in a Jehovah's Witness household, Tut soon gravitated to the mean streets at an early age, 16 years old. It was said that Johnson was apprehended one time by NYPD officers when he was younger on robbery suspicion. Upon arriving to obtain her son, the officer asked Johnson's mother if he had any aliases. She replied, Tut. The officer decided to add King Tut to the police log, and the rest was history. During his rise of crime, he managed to form an organization labeled the Black Mafia, in which he got together a group of youngsters coming out of Brooklyn, and their intended targets were drug dealers. Also running with the crew was Haitian Jack, another infamous Brooklyn Knight that caused havoc during a turbulent time in NYC. Johnson was making a name for himself and his crew as well, inspiring other youths to follow him. Once you start making noise on the streets, everyone is watching, and sometimes it's for the wrong reasons. In 1982, Johnson reportedly robbed many worshippers at gunpoint in the same place that his mother worshipped at, a Kingdom Hall in East New York. After getting away with that crime for the time being, Johnson went on a robbery spree with some of his comrades. 4 months after the robbery at the Kingdom Hall, Johnson and 4 associates decided to rob 12 passengers at gunpoint on a city bus traveling from Queens to Brooklyn. The spree ended during the following year. In 1983, robbery charges rained down on Johnson like a bad hail shower, as well as being charged for the Kingdom Hall holdup that occurred in 1982. In 1993, Johnson was also charged with a shooting that took place in the Brooklyn barber shop that involved NYPD officers being shot during the melee. What was supposed to be an easy robbery holdup turned into a shootout between off-duty police officers, Johnson, and his associates. One of the officers who was shot sustained partial paralysis in which his hip was shattered. Johnson was acquitted of attempted murder but charged with robbery, for which he served a year in prison. In 1994, during the month of November, Tupac Shakur had been invited to the Quad recording studio in Manhattan to record a song with a rapper by the name of Little Sean. Being invited by James Jimmy Henchman Rosemond, an individual heavy in the streets and who had ties to Haitian Jack as well as King Tut, left no suspicion to the event that would lead to what occurred to Tupac. Arriving at the studio, Tupac was greeted by 3 gunmen as he and his crew exited the elevator, sustaining 5 gunshots as well as being relieved of his jewelry. One of Tupac's associates was shot twice in the abdomen, Randy Stretch Walker. Law enforcement took it upon themselves to add Johnson as a person of interest in the case. Investigators, according to their reports, stated that a confidential informant who had connections with Johnson informed them that Johnson said he shot Shakur to discipline him. The shooting caused a hip-hop war between the Notorious B.I.G. and Tupac, mainly because, upon arriving at the studio, Tupac was greeted by Little C's, Big E's protege. With people in your ear telling you one thing or another can lead to confusion, and in return, Tupac thought he was set up. During that time, many accusations have surfaced, and most reports have come out that Biggie was not involved with the robbery or setup, and some have even said that Tupac also knew the truth. Drama sells records, but in return, lives were lost. Johnson was the first New York City resident to be sentenced to the 3-strike rule, implementing that he would have to serve a life sentence in prison for the havoc, chaos he committed during his reign. He was given a life term without the possibility of parole, enforced by the federal bill that was issued in 1994 for 3-time felony offenders. King Tut made a name for himself. The target was placed on his back by the government, who made sure they would take him down. Yeah, his name still rings bells throughout the hood, but his freedom is gone in the end. But normally in the hood, the youth usually continues the repeated cycle of either dying by either a corrupt police officer or by the hands of someone that resembles themselves, and maybe, if they are somewhat fortunate, they may end up locked away with hopes of being free one day, and hopefully changing their bad habits. Fort Greene, not too far from downtown Brooklyn. There, we are introduced to an individual by the name of Kelvin Darnell Martin, also known to many as 50 Cent. That moniker was later taken by the hip-hop rapper whose name is Curtis Jackson from Queens, New York. In 1964, Martin was born in the borough of the Bronx, and his grandmother took it upon herself to raise her grandson. Martin would find his way to Brooklyn, where he took up residency and later would get caught up in the robbery game. Martin's alias came into effect mainly because it was said that he will rob anyone, no matter what you had in your possession, regardless of any amount that was being relieved of that potential victim. Another hood tale is that Martin came upon a dice game with 50 cents to his name, and in the end walked away with a total amount of $500 in which the legend will be born. While residing in Brooklyn and causing as much havoc as he could, Martin spent most of his youth residing on Rikers Island due to his illegal activities. Even though he was just 5'2" and he weighed in at approximately 120 pounds, he was still a force to reckon with. In the streets, you must know the consequences that come with your moves, as well as know your opponents and what their strengths and weaknesses are. Martin was moving around recklessly, and in 1987, he met his demise on the staircase of his girlfriend's project building hallway, in which he was shot. He was taken to Kings County Hospital, and 4 days later, he died. The shooter was later apprehended and charged with the murder of Martin. The passages that are being read by you are in no shape or form to glorify the individual's behavior, but shed light on the circumstances that were dealt their way. Yes, as a youth, we are taught the well-being of what is right and what is wrong, and we see the beauty in the bad judgment, but not knowing or looking toward the end results. Latinos and blacks have learned to survive at all costs, and with everything thrown their way, they still manage to stand. It's a sense of being accepted, even though we know the target has remained on us for years upon years. But if we can just probably make a name for ourselves, then maybe, just maybe, life will seem much easier. So much has plagued the black and Latino neighborhoods throughout the United States, and it has felt like a curse, or maybe even a destruction plan, has been for the demise of these races. Upon the drugs entering the poverty-stricken neighborhoods, the residents had to deal with a much more serious epidemic that took lives in its path. The emergence of the virus labeled HIV took a strong grip of many of these diverse communities and went through like a wild tornado and wiped out many lives. HIV is a human immunodeficiency virus that attacks the human body that helps fight off infections, which makes that person more vulnerable to other infections or diseases. The spread of the virus occurs when bodily fluids are passed from a person infected with the virus, mostly between sexual partners or sharing needles during drug activity. It has been said that HIV cannot be cured and it stays in the human body for life. But with the proper medications, many can live a long life, and while taking the proper and prescribed medication, others won't be in harm's way of getting the virus passed through any sexual activity. The virus reared its ugly head in 1981 and has been labeled one of the United States' deadliest epidemics ever to be reported. AIDS is considered the very last stage of the HIV virus, mainly when the HIV virus has done the majority of the damage to the body. and the immune system is almost in complete ruins. HIV and AIDS epidemic. The black community has endured so much to the fact that many have felt as if HIV or AIDS was formed to destroy the black race itself. It may sound far-fetched to some, but not to many. The numbers itself show that a mass majority of black people have been exposed to this epidemic that started in the 80s. The poverty rate of blacks as well as Latinos have always been at an all-time high, and in the times that we are living in now, gentrification has opened the door to push blacks and Latinos out the picture, mainly due to not being able to afford the same place that they have lived for years. Not having access to the right information on this epidemic during a time when there was not a lot of important information led to the scrutiny of these people in these neighborhoods. Limited access to healthcare and HIV prevention played a major part in not understanding the importance of learning about this deadly disease. Once again, when the target is to destroy a certain group of people, of course you are not going to know how to avoid or combat the attack on you and the people who may look like you. More or less, a human genocide, so to speak, to get rid of a race. In order to control a certain race of people, or rather an individual, you must first study that person and pull out the weaknesses. And when you have that part of information, and only then, you can control the situation as you see fit. Living in poor neighborhoods and seeing people struggle throughout most of your adolescent life can make one's mind believe this is how things should be. Until you look over the other side of the fence and see a much more nicer picture. Imagine growing up in a family that is torn. Your mother is struggling to take care of you, or maybe if you have siblings, where in most cases, and a sad case to say, your father may not be in the picture, and you being the oldest, or pushed into becoming the man of the house. No right direction manuals or instruction kits on how to do things the right way, all while your peers are running rampant and creating their own way, illegally that is, becoming attractive to the eye. Blacks and Latino youths growing up then as well as now never understood the importance of involving everyone when they committed illegal acts in the streets. The process of one elimination is first thinking about how they can help their family who may be in dire need of money, mainly to eat or pay bills or whatever else may be needed. But when you have no positive options and no one will hire you because of your skin color, or even worse, you have a record, can lead to other things. And we all know that trouble is easy to get into, but real difficult to get out of. Let's proceed. Instead of hurting and seeing your family struggle, a play is set in motion. Totally understandable to think first of providing for your family. But some do not think about the consequences and they follow through with their plan. Some are fortunate to get away from the hand of the law, and with that sense of invincibility, they continue to take penitentiary chances. While in all, everyone in their household may be taken care of as well as themselves. Let's go a step further. So let's say the assailant gets caught by the law to face any charges that are thrown their way. Now where does this leave the struggling mother with the siblings that are at home waiting on the provider? The father is already removed from the home, so now that child that just wanted to help and provide is sitting in a cell with no hope because in their mind, they know that their mother can help with bail or any legal fees. Now that heartbroken mother is stricken, put back into another bad situation, and all her temporary problems that were thought being shoved are now being reset, with on top of that, her child is behind bars, and the time that they may be facing on the severity of that crime may lock them away for a long period of time. Remember, there are still siblings in the home that need to be taken care of, so the work does not stop. Younger siblings tend to want to follow the older siblings to take the strain off the parent as well as provide for themselves. The cycle either remains or it changes. The system is not designed to help the Black or Latino when any laws are broken or even when they are innocent. Being locked behind bars can destroy a family as well as an individual's mind, in which they become broken or they enhance their criminal mind and get more advanced, either being locked away or when they are released back into the world. Knowing that the Latino and Black youths are coming through the penal system in bunches, the state uses their punishment as a financial gain for said state, working inmates to do labor while paying them pennies in the process. Harsh conditions in prison only reminds the inmates on how things may be while out in the streets, minus the bars. On the streets, many individuals are mentally locked away, and they have no clue that they have the keys to break the lock. On the inside, you must watch out for yourself, just as if you were walking the streets. Trust is kept to a minimum, but can you blame those that walk by that code? The target has always been placed on them from the start. Money also plays a huge factor in the decision of one's wrongdoing as well. If able to pay, you may get off easy. But if money is an issue for you and your family, the outlook of you winning usually won't stand in your favor. The odds against you and the system has another statistic for the books, and their agenda is to destroy you. You may be locked away, and your family members may be able to come visit and even put a little money on your books, even though out in the real world, they too may be struggling to make things function on their end. Here's when things get worse. The plan is to divide and conquer, and even though the apprehended inmate may have went the wrong way and got locked up and charged while in return trying to provide for themselves and their family, no one looks at that, but only the severity of the crime that was committed. Now that the legal system is in charge, they have the rights to either keep you close so that visits can be accessible between you and your loved ones, but they also have the power to lock you away in the mountains, far, far away, where they know that your loved ones cannot afford to travel to come and visit. This can lead to a long and lonely bid, not just for the inmate, but for the loved ones also. Not knowing the living or mental conditions of someone you love that is locked away can feel like an imprisonment for those out in the world also. These people are also in prison. There are people that are in prison that really deserve to be inside, but there are also those that were wrongfully imprisoned due to where they lived, as well as being judged unlawfully due to their skin color. The cards are stacked against us. The game has always been rigged when it has come to those less fortunate, especially coming from low-income households and just trying to find a way in this beautiful, wicked world. Blacks and Latinos have excelled in many avenues in life, despite the scraps that may have been thrown their way. Many events have shaped the New York City cultural timeline, whether good or bad or indifferent, but the hood tales and individuals that have come through the 5 boroughs have told their story in a very bizarre way and still remains intact. They say action speaks louder than words and that pictures are worth 1,000 words, and these statements hold very true. The game has always been a rat race for those that have been brought up in the poverty-stricken environment of this mean world. Basically a dead-end situation that has kept Black and Latinos alike down for a long period of time. The children of the ghetto decided to band together and take on the world by their own means. I can continue on and make excuses on the reasons that Blacks and Latinos have been so harshly abused by those that do respect the greatness that pours out of us when it comes to excelling in this world. But everyone recognizes it even if they front as if they don't. Way before the slave trade, the black human race was a force to be reckoned with, and due to historic events, many black lives would change drastically. Always looked upon as 1/3 of a man, we had to endure the beatings and hangings and our family being torn apart by the hands of the oppressors. Yet, still striving to make a mark on this world, all the while learning the evils that men do and taking on the wicked ways of what we were taught. The oppressors knew exactly what they were doing by keeping our mind and body locked up. When you have people's minds and bodies caged, you are winning the game by a landslide. The division of the black versus light-skinned people has totally deteriorated the strong bond we should have had to embrace our power, but through it all has caused more harm than help. All the black race wanted was a piece of the American pie and be accepted in this predominantly white world. Yet, there have been some great black leaders who decided to stand up for the race, and by making too much noise, have also lost their lives in the fight. You may be invited to the party, but that is just for show, until they do not need your presence anymore. The beautiful black race has contributed so much to the birth of this nation, as well as help building a culture rich in history. There are so many black inventors that many people do not know about, but history and schools have determined what they wanted to teach the blacks and Latino youths growing up throughout the course of time. We are more than sports heroes or singers or actors and actresses. We come from greatness, and until we embrace that, we will remain at the bottom. During a time when drugs and guns were being flown into the United States and heavily distributed amongst the various Latino and black communities, no one ever decided to ask the question, why? The ones selling and killing were mainly locked away because of their involvement in this form of destruction at best. No blacks or Latinos had access to fly any planes or have major capital to purchase these things. But it was like a gift dropped off at the front door with no sense, direction whatsoever. The authorities knew how to control the narrative. and nothing good would come out of this. Everything has been for our downfall, and some have succumbed to the wickedness, while others have found their niche and made their own lane and succeeded. The impact that Black and Latino people have had on urban America as well as worldwide can never go unnoticed. Trendsetters. A unique people that have been hated on for centuries, but also studied and admired behind closed doors, have been the case when the discussion of Black people come out the mouths of those that can't seem to relate, but deep down are in hunger to want to be like. From the way that we rocked our hair during the golden era, the high top fade, the waves or finger waves for the females, the jerry curl, as well as other hairstyle names that may have been forgotten or not mentioned. Everything we did was with purpose and pride, and it made a statement. The jewelry we rocked was also a statement in the hood. If you had a rope chain, it was like having a higher status, but best to believe that if you couldn't hold yourself down when the wolves appeared, then that chain would surely be taken. Youths in the hood were snatching chains off necks as if it were a hood sport. Another piece of gold that was being showcased around the hood was the 4-finger ring, or if you wanted to be different, you would get a 2-finger ring or 3-finger. You could catch certain individuals rocking these rings on both hands as if they had gold brass knuckles. It was like the most gold-wearing person in the spot was the person looked as someone who was getting paid, and the jewelry explained it as if it was speaking in the bold statement. Lives had also been lost due to stick-up kids trying to catch a rep by robbing anyone wearing anything gold back in the day. Before the Ralphie's kids donned a moniker mentioned throughout the book, they were referred to as the Two Front Posse, a group of individuals wearing 2 gold caps over their teeth. Another trend that was exceedingly popular in the hood, some would have their entire mouth covered with gold teeth, which in the hood was labeled as having fronts. There was a dentist spot on Utica Avenue in Crown in Brooklyn. The dentist's name was Page. This is where you could go and get your gold teeth or fronts, which at the time cost $130 to purchase. Everybody started gravitating to the Two Front Posse, and in return, giving the neighborhood dentist more business than usual. Once again, everyone could not afford the price of these expensive 2 gold caps at this time, and eventually, the Two Front Posse quickly evolved into the Ralphie's Kids. The youths remained the same. The name just changed. The gold teeth phase lasted for quite some time throughout the hood. Sometimes you could catch younger children going to the store and purchasing the mini Reese candy that was covered in gold foil. The kids would eat the candy and later take the foil and cover their teeth with the shiny gold foil, trying to imitate the people they saw or admired day in and day out walking through their neighborhood. Creativity at its best. What seemed little to most was a huge deal to those growing up in Brooklyn, or rather any borough, city, or town where this influence made its mark. The female's choice of jewelry was the bamboo earrings or the nameplate earrings that was also labeled as door knockers. This piece of gold became a huge staple in hip-hop and urban culture. Not to throw the reader off course, the earrings are not made of bamboo. The nameplate earrings, which consisted of a person's name or any other words that they desired, was attached to the earring that was worn, also influenced name rings as well. The way young and old people living in the hood communicated also was something special. A simple head nod or handshake, which many referred to as a pound or dap, was acceptable growing up in the jungle. The slang was endless. One simple thing could be referred to with so many names, but people used the slang knowing exactly what was trying to come across during a conversation. Such words like fat were used as a compliment or admiration for something pleasing to the eye, rather being spelled like an overweight individual but used with a PH instead. The word bad, even though it means something totally opposite of good, the urban culture embraced it as being something good. Shorty is bad as hell. In translation, a female got it going on, or she's beautiful to the fullest. Another example was when you agreed with someone, you would say, word, which in slang translation meant, I agree. The term butter was also a word of admiration, meaning someone was nice or smooth. When you were leaving a place or individual presence, you would respond by saying you were going to bounce, dip, split, Audi 5000, and so on. The hood had words for days, and they became universal from one mouth to the next. Homeboy, male friend. Homegirl, female friend. Fly, to look good. Funky fresh, very stylish. Fine, attractive to the eye. Legit, real, authentic. Drop dime, to tell or rat on someone. To snitch. To understand what is being said. A simple yes. Psych. To take away or trick someone into thinking they are getting something from you. Stunt. To show out. Mainly in reference to having nice things in the hood, such as jewelry, money, clothes, etc. Tough. Too bad for the next individual, or something is nice to the eye. Homeboy lost his car keys. That's tough for him. Or, those shoes are tough. Thanks. I appreciate that. Dope. High admiration for something. Material, music. The options are endless. Nigga. A term used to downgrade black people in reference to the term again, but was later reduced with an A to take away the harsh history behind the term once used to keep blacks down, becoming a word of endearment amongst people living in the hood as well as used in rap music. Gat, burner. Gun, gemstar, razor blade, crib, home, house, somewhere you lay your head, whip, car, reefer, ganja, marijuana, whoa, excited, yo, greeting, what's up, or what up, hi, or hello. If used in a harsher tone, it can be like being challenged. Set it. To jumpstart an action of sorts. 7:30. Crazy. Shook. Scared. Iron horse. Train. Brick. Cold weather. Capped or smoked. Shot or murdered. Shiesty. Evil intentions or being sneaky towards others. Paper. Bread, dough, cream. Money. Gear. Clothes. Dime. Very attractive female. Po-po. 5-0. Police. Had me rolling. Something that was amusing or hilarious. Player hating. To show disinterest in someone else or their behavior, or wishing you could be like someone else. Ice grill. To try and intimidate someone else with a certain look. I'm chillin'. Or you got to chill. Relax. Calm down. Or slut. Female that's promiscuous. Bent or twisted. High or drunk. in reference to certain drug use,
frontin',
lying,
dropping jewels,
to share knowledge of sorts on a particular subject matter,
splurge, floss,
to spend or show off,
whack, corny,
not to someone's liking or looked down upon,
chicken head, bird,
unattractive female,
keep it real,
to state the truth of a subject matter when in discussion between two or more individuals,
crack,
white people in reference to their color,
bull,
someone of interest when dating or in a relationship with,
don't be trippin',
do not panic or get out of character,
OG,
original gangster,
put in work,
to have done illegal things out in the world,
$1.50,
a razor cut to the face and in return being stitched up in the process,
let me hold something,
to borrow money from someone,
bling bling,
flashy jewelry,
player,
to engage with a lot of individuals on a mental and sexual level,
kicks,
sneakers, shoes. The list could go on, but mainly in the hood or urban culture have these words become so powerful amongst the people that have used them as well as recognized the hidden meaning behind them as well. Black culture have been studied and copied throughout the course of time, and even white America have taken upon themselves to understand the slang as a form of Ebonics during the late 80s, transitioning into the 90s. The term Ebonics was used as a description intended to showcase how African Americans intended to speak to one another through their own language, which descended as far back to the years of slavery. The root of the word Ebonics stemmed from the word ebony, black, and phonics, a teaching which involves sound with certain letters or groups in an alphabetic writing system. The word Ebonics was originally birthed in 1973 by African-American social psychologist Robert Williams, as well as other language scholars and researchers with intentions to give a name to a certain language that blacks could use to communicate amongst each other. In 1975, Williams edited and co-wrote a book labeled Ebonics, The True Language of Black Folks, even though the term is not used as much as it once was in the past. Many young and old individuals that still reside in the urban neighborhoods continue to use slang words, which now are more commercialized throughout the world. The Ralphie's kids also had their own words describing certain things that were relatable to their everyday lives. Words such as Mia's, which referred to going on missions, to boosting clothing, or Lizzie, L-Izzy bag, a bag turned inside out first and covered in aluminum foil to deter an alarm when shoplifting any clothes or any other items of choice. A brilliant idea for hungry and ambitious youngsters turned into a universal piece of the Ralphie's kids' history. Females were also referred to as bye-bye amongst the young males who were part of the crew, sort of like a mistress or side piece. Ralphie's kids' crew members only knew the meaning if you were down or someone told you the meaning behind the word. Another word that was used was G'ing, which meant to take or steal. Being low down meant wearing polo from head to toe, drawers and socks. The culture and meanings behind the words speaks volumes amongst those that were part of urban events that transpired throughout the years. When the Ralphie's kids would go boosting or G'ing, they would bag up the stolen merchandise and head back to their own stomping grounds and hand off the merchandise to other crew members to sell, which they were referred to as bump masters. The bump masters would go sell the merchandise, all in return to gain a profit, but usually they would get paid twice, by taking a cut off the top and then taking the other proceeds to the individual that gave them the items to sell to get a little off of that money that exchanged hands. a quick come-up and a survival skill at its best only when you know exactly who you are dealing with in street business. Being part of urban culture, the key for most disadvantaged youths was just to survive in the habitat that they were brought up in. People outside looking in only saw Latinos and blacks who were running wild as crazed animals on the loose, leaving their jungle and causing havoc wherever they saw fit. Great things have come out of the hood despite the people who have caused havoc and destruction not truly understanding how their damaging ways help tear down an area or areas already designed to fail from the jump. Without proper knowledge or a sense of pride of where you live, everything fails. One of the great things that came out of the ghettos of America was the sound of hip-hop music, or what others call rap. Rap music have always been a huge thing amongst Latinos and blacks. Music have always been a huge thing amongst black and Latino people for centuries. Music brings life to one's soul, and music can bring pain if you allow it. A sense of expression, sort of like poetry in motion, either with a beat or without. Many let the words do the talking. It has been stated that hip-hop music was started in the Bronx, New York, and influenced heavily by the pioneer legend DJ Kool Herc. The art form itself is characterized into 9 elements, which are rapping, a rhythmic vocal rhyming style where the wordplay that is being displayed goes hand in hand, DJing and turntablism, which is taking music or records and putting a certain spin on the sound and creating an aura of such for others to enjoy. The DJ was the heart and soul of many functions or parties, someone who got the party jumping or started. Played the wrong records at a party or function, the people who were in attendance will surely let you know. Dancing was very important to the culture as well. Many males and females would compete in the form of dance that was later on labeled breakdancing. And those that competed were referred to as B-boys and B-girls. The dance battles were very intense, and many crews would travel near and far just to battle other crews. Like I said earlier in the book, the importance of your name means a lot, and having people respect you and your name. What most people living in the hood have in common are what we call nicknames, which are generally a name you can give yourself or certain family members or friends gave you. By having these names, you soon get attached to that name and put your government name on the back burner. Youths were running around and taking spray paint and destroying any property in sight or any wall that was visible. The New York City Transit took major losses due to the graffiti that was on display every day that patrons entered the trains of choice. What may have perceived as an art form was looked at as a pure destruction of property. But those on the other side of the fence couldn't see the beauty of this beautiful art form, which would help shape the hip-hop culture as well. To know the knowledge behind the culture is mainly a huge plus when speaking on this genre of music. What came out of jazz and blues and the souls of black and Latino people later birthed another form of expressional music that many thought was just a fad, but to this day remains stronger than ever. The art form went to new heights when certain individuals were beginning to make music or beats with their mouths, a percussive vocal style which was later labeled beatboxing. Fashion has also helped the shape of the culture, the style of clothing, and how certain people would rock or wear their clothing. Some of the clothing that these youths were wearing were very expensive and very difficult to obtain. So it was stolen, and the youths threw their own spin on it. Those outside of the urban environment wanted to imitate the look of the children of the ghetto. During the time when violence and crime was taking over certain neighborhoods, many residents would come together and form block parties, which was a time when people would come together with fellowship, laugh, and have a great time despite all the worries in the world. This was also a time when certain music was on display and a unique sound could be heard from block to block. Hearing a certain sound could make you easily gravitate to that block party and soon be engulfed into a setting that would easily turn your world into beautiful bliss. The hip-hop culture transitioned from the urban scene directly into the suburban communities in a matter of minutes due to the powerful impact that it had on the youths who embraced it first, later captivating the world altogether. The birthplace of hip-hop, and now which is considered a New York historical building, is 1520 Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx. Having penned up aggravation and violent urges, hip-hop was a way of expression, and many would battle rap one another to get out their artistic views, but with words and not with violence. It has also been said that breakdancing was also a way of expression as well. This is a God-given talent that many have been blessed with and in return have benefited quite nicely. Curtis Blow became the first artist to acquire a certified gold rap song whose debut single was called The Breaks. The gateway was soon pushed open, which allowed many artists to take their own place in history and make a name for themselves. The hip-hop movement gravitated from the streets right into people's television sets, which later would be broadcast through music videos, a collection of ideas, and what imagery the viewers could envision through the music artists' points of views. The words and visuals went together like a hand and glove. What was once a male-dominant area, females found their place amongst them and were able to go toe-to-toe with their counterparts. The names of the female MCs or female rappers are endless. Many rappers have gone on to have successful careers through their music, which in all have also opened other doors for them, such as acting in movies or television sitcoms, as well as owning their own record labels or clothing lines. The same way that rappers or anyone involved in the music business had their influence on the youths living in urban America was the other way around when it came to fashion as well. The youths coming up in the 80s were probably considered poor troublemakers due to their skin, their living conditions, and their brash approach to whoever got in their way, since their only true instinct in life was to survive. Appearance is everything, and these young, wild black and Latino children knew this and elevated the playing game by going to get whatever piece of clothing was not tied down, and it became a science to them. Not only were the local drug dealers noticing these youths getting fly on the regular, but the local MCs at any given event was also taking notice on how a certain fashion craze would soon catch fire to the urban world, and they wanted in also. The Ralphie's kids were putting their mark on urban culture and not really recognizing how others would jump on board and transitioning into today's time. It is not that these youths didn't continue to carry the torch, it's just that the name evolved. but the roots remain. By having a certain designer brand during the 80s made individuals feel like someone, a sense of wealth and power, and due to the expense of it all, many people couldn't afford the clothing. So of course, items were taken with no regard. The particular brands that were being rocked were Adidas shoes, as well as the original tracksuit that the infamous rap trio Run DMC donned on stage or out in the world. This was their uniform of choice, and they made it very popular and influenced many by wearing this brand. When Michael Jordan entered the league and struck a deal with Nike, which later produced the first Air Jordans in '84, back then the price was listed at $65. Today, the legendary Air Jordans, which have produced a plethora of different designs and 34 different shoes, not including the different doorways, have influenced a whole nation, which the hood helped make popular among the masses. It has been said that those that would run up in the different department stores to grab as much apparel that their hands could carry never really cared about their footwear and being nice, because they had to be quick on their feet to get away from the security guards or undercover police assigned to stop them. Benetton, with its bold and bright colors, also was a clothing of choice that the hood embraced during a time when there were so many options coming out of the woodwork. Converse brought out the now classic Chuck Taylor All-Star sneakers. Magic Johnson, who played for the Los Angeles Lakers, and Larry Bird, who played for the Boston Celtics, helped push the shoe brand into the forefront, since Nike was a dominant force at the time as well. By doing a television commercial with each other, made the then basketball shoe a favorite among many. Diadora, an Italian brand that produces footwear as well as sportswear, was also a popular brand, rocked throughout the many neighborhoods during the 80s, but lost its appeal as time went on. Some people still consider that brand a classic, even though it may be difficult to obtain now, unless, of course, you are a collector. Guess jeans, with its signature upside-down triangle, was a favorite during its introduction into the many hoods, as well as the jean of choice for Latinos and blacks living in the hood. There were also other names, such as Lee dungarees, that were popular well into the 70s and established in 1889. Used jeans, Major Damage, Cross Colors, Carcanai, Sergio Valente, Jordache, Le Tigre, Lacoste, Levi Strauss & Company, Lotto Sports Italia, Members Only Jackets, Puma, New Balance, Etonics, Nike, Reebok, LA Gear, and Nautica are just a few of the honorable mentions. Two of the main brands that are probably the most iconic and worn as an everyday uniform amongst the youths during the golden era were the famous Fila brand that produced shoes, tracksuits, headbands, and other materials that were also a highly wanted item in the hood. Brooklyn-born rapper Mano brought light to how the times and fashion statement was addressed during the 80s on his title track, Fila Velour, which goes into full detail of the poverty and living conditions that pushed the people of the ghetto to find a means to survive. Everyone wanted the finest fashions that were in style at the time, and if you couldn't afford or your parents didn't have the funds, it's only one other way. And looking like you belonged to the elite created monsters on the loose. Fila is still one of the many favorites that have lasted way past most of the other brands that jumped on the scene. It may be true that a lot of high-end attire that was being produced and sold during these hard times were not designed or targeted for the urban individuals to display out in the world. But that didn't matter. and for that, the rush was on, and harsh penalties were handed out on both parties. Some department stores were losing major money due to the boosters or shoplifters coming in and destroying and taking whatever could be snatched up. Businesses were closing shop and being dismantled, not having a clue on how to stop this craze that took over like an overnight flood, wiping out who and whatever stood in the way. Security was assigned, but that also was a mere challenge to a group that in numbers exceeded from 10 to 50 individuals with an agenda to come in and conquer by any and all means. Life of a Ralphie's Kid. The Ralphie's Kids members would get caught up and weren't so fortunate to escape some of the security guards' clutches, while others fought their way out of being caught only to survive another day and be prepared to go back out in the world tomorrow just to risk it all again. Not to say that these youths were not thinking, but this became an addiction. And we all know how hard some addictions can be to quit. Just like the hard-working men and women of the world who got up every day to go to a job, whether they liked or loved it, or maybe they hated it, still knowing in return that they would benefit from having one. To be able to eat and pay your bills could easily be seen as a blessing for most, and on the flip side, you take youths without the proper options of even being able to provide for themselves, and they too had to figure out how to survive. They took illegal chances. It became a science of learning what time to hit a store when the security guards were going to lunch, how many people would be in the store, more of planning an attack. The bum rushes never stopped. Running into a store and going berserk was the Ralphie's Kids' agenda, and no one was stopping them from doing their job. Meeting at the Utica Avenue station and plotting a Mia for the day. Yeah, day, because this mission was an all-day event. Jumping on the 4 train en route to whatever destination was like an adrenaline rush waiting to explode, and whoever or whatever store that was targeted didn't know what they was in store for, because the wild wolf pack was coming, and leaving empty-handed was out of the question. Just like a regular job, you had to be at that particular train station waiting and ready to go, and if you were late by 1 minute, you were left, and being left out of this action will only make the person who was left out feel horrible once the crew got back to the block and showed off the spoils of their mission. Starting at 9 o'clock was the first rush, and if lucky to escape the law, or maybe a good Samaritan willing to risk their lives or their body in the process, would be great, and being able to flee and get away could easily be chalked up as a win, not just for you, but also for the crew. It may be known that the crew came into the store together, but once in, everyone was for themselves, and the main and most important factor was to grab and flee and not get caught. Some stores may have had 1 or 2 guards at the morning hours that the Ralphie's Kids may have stepped in, and the guards had no idea that in a matter of seconds they would be knocked down and run over trying to protect the store's merchandise. The next rush would be at lunchtime, normally at 12, and everybody has gone to lunch, and the stores are not heavily occupied, and no guards to give problems, as well as also a great strategy that the crew agreed on. This was the Ralphie's Kids' everyday job, and they did not stop. It was their livelihood, and they took it seriously, and for great reasons as well. If you had the fortune to get past the rush, you were definitely making some noise, and when you knew in your mind how much you had acquired since the morning rush, as well as the beautiful and newest pieces you would either rock or sell for personal gain, excited you to the fullest. The next rush would come approximately around 5 p.m., close to the time that some people were getting off work, but still department stores remained open, 'cause we all know New York City never sleeps. But like I stated, this was like an all-day field trip for the Ralphie's kids. And not to say that the greed overpowered them, but more of the adrenaline and pure excitement drove them to do what they did best, and that was to wreck shop from start to finish. Getting back to the block with hundreds of dollars worth of merchandise made a youth who was broke or starving feel like a hood celebrity, knowing that these items would, 1, make them stand out amongst their peers, and 2, that they could easily make money by selling the merchandise for half or less than the actual price it was already being sold for. If being part of the Ralphie's Kids crew meant that you had to put in work and you did not, then why bother going along for the ride? Going on a MIA or mission, whatever you want to call it, and not obtaining anything in the process was a waste to you, and some individuals weren't built to take these risky chances, while others lived for it. No stores were off limits, and if the Ralphie's Kids crew wanted something, they would strike, and that was that. Garbage cans, bricks, any objects would be used to go through the glass in order to enter and grab what could be taken. The culprits would be out. It was not just clothes being taken, toys, food, chain snatching, digging pockets, and everything was up for grabs. And the crew did not discriminate when it came to surviving. At a time when so many designers were jumping on the scene and making a name for themselves in the fashion world, Ralph Lauren decided to take a chance on himself and introduce the world to Polo, which would be the prime uniform of the Ralphie's Kids and later on the Lowlives. Once this brand introduced itself to the world with its bright colors and distinctive approach to white America, it easily became the top favorite amongst others. Not intentionally made for urban America, made it more appealing to the youths who could not afford it. Polo became the item of choice, and if you were part of the Ralphie's Kids crew, you did not want to miss out on owning these pieces, which were very expensive, so in return, you had to go get it. Throughout many years, the business lost millions of dollars to the hands of not just the Ralphie's Kids, but other crews as well, wanting in on the craze obsession of having these particular clothing items, or any items donning the name Ralph Lauren or Polo. The streets do not love anyone. And the love you thought you were receiving in those streets was probably the opposite, since everyone was trying to survive and make a name for themselves. The older generation was heavy running and carving their own lane, and when they got locked up and beat the odds of death, they learned to also survive behind the wall, and in return, they came home and shared their experiences or subconsciously taught the young generation that was following in their footsteps what they would encounter if they too got jammed up in the streets. Everything that consisted of surviving on the streets seemed to be turned up to a higher degree while being locked away. The older dudes taught the younger individuals that lived in the neighborhood how to hide razors in their mouths without any harm afflicted to them, as well as how to go about your business while using the phone in the prisons, and how to watch your back due to the hate and jealousy that's spewed out of the inmates on a daily basis. There were different units that inmates would be housed in when they were through the prison system, and those that were housed and did their bid came home and would tell the story of how they were able to survive. There were different buildings in the neighborhood that members of the Ralphie's kids would hang out in and label them as if they were the same buildings that the older cats from the neighborhood were housed in while locked up. Basically, the streets were training anyone involved in illegal activity for the craziness that was in store. Jail games were being played out in the streets, and what may have seemed just a way to pass the time would eventually turn into yous really doing time. Something that would either break you or make you much more stronger and immune to the process. Not everyone that entered the prison system changed their bad habits, but more so became much more daring when freed, as much more aware of how not to get caught up. When things got too heavy in the New York area and the stores had been hit upon in drastic measures, the Ralphie's kids would venture out of state and seek new opportunities amongst other department stores. Macy's, the Polo Mansion, Saks Fifth Avenue, Lord & Taylor, Bergdorf Goodman, B. Altman, BFO, and Century 21. They were the main targeted stores in New York City at the time, mainly because they were the main suppliers of the Ralph Lauren clothing brand that had become so successful in such a short time of its emergence on the fashion scene. It never stopped the Ralphie's kids crew from executing their mission. They rode the mass transit, they stole vehicles, they even jumped on the Amtrak trains located in Manhattan at Penn Station at 31st Street just to get a hand on the newest pieces that Ralph Lauren was introducing to the public. The pure quality of each piece of garment and the colorfulness brought a sense of pride to the individual wearing these clothes. Even though it was not intentionally made for the urban crowd, the Ralphie's kids made it their business to take as much as they could and turn the tables on the designers who wanted no parts of someone who didn't look like white America to represent their style and choice of clothing in any shape, form, or fashion. The Ralphie's kids did not discriminate against what they took. As long as Ralph Lauren's name was on it or polo lettering was on it, it was for the taking. Shirts, scarves, underwear, shoes, glasses, bathrobes, accessories, hats, coats, jackets, umbrellas, socks, sun visors, sweaters, headbands, beach towels, basically any and everything you could possibly think of was a go when the crew came into the store. The polo that was being taken in abundance literally became a way of life for most of the youths that were intrigued by the certain creativity and different styles that were on display and laid out so beautifully in these various department stores. Made it even more of a reward, all the while risking it all and being able to brag and boast to others on what they may have missed out on because they didn't come along on the Mias. Many of the crew members were bringing so much polo into their neighborhoods that they were naming where they lived low mansions. You also had to be careful on who you let into your house due to the hidden jealousy of someone else wanting something in your collection that they may not have had in their home or in their possession. It was a cutthroat situation. No honor among thieves, right? The bigger the symbol whether on your chest or on your leg or across your back, depicted that you were serious about this life, and the more you had, the more your name rang amongst the elite boosters who were heavy in the game. It was cool to have average pieces, but the big and bright pieces were like striking gold on a bad day. Ralphie's kids took it to a whole new level and helped make fashion history. And not to take credit for that, but other crews in Brooklyn also helped pave the movement, and much respect to them as well. What turned into just trying to be fly and looking good amongst their peers and feeling good about themselves easily turned into a way to provide for family as well. Individuals living in the neighborhood who weren't about that life of running up into different department stores but wanted to look good and wear the finest fashions at this particular time took a certain interest in what the Ralphie's kids were doing, and in return would purchase the stolen items for a fair price, and both parties walked away satisfied. This became a win-win for the Ralphie's kids, mainly because you were still able to walk around fresh from head to toe and have money in your pocket. There is no reward without the risk that has to be taken. When your name is ringing bells amongst your peers as well as throughout the streets, best to believe that everyone is watching. But the main ones that were watching were the females. Women do things to get a man's attention since the beginning of time, and this action has not stopped, and men have done the same, whether on the block or attending school or going to a party. Everybody could take notice of what these certain individuals were wearing and be amazed that even though they were a crew, each member stood out due to how they put their uniform together so nicely. And you may have had haters and very jealous ones eyeing you, but the women were loving every moment of it, and they gravitated directly to the Ralphie's kids. The love and obsession of wearing polo didn't just stop at these young black and Latino youths going to get it, but transcended into the hearts of females who also became intrigued with this particular brand, and they too went at it full steam. Now the neighborhood females were earning their rep, and it became a lifestyle for them as well. Having the female admiration, as well as looking fly and having money in your pocket, was the best 3 things you could have going on in your life. Well, breathing and being able to wake up every day and not be locked down and do what you love to do on a daily basis was like a dream come true for most that was down with the Ralphie's kids, or any other crew that was making noise during the 80s and the 90s. It wasn't just the young males hurting in these poverty-stricken neighborhoods or who were struggling at home. Females went through the same hardships as well, and what they saw on a daily turned their attention into being part of what is now history. Females were forming their own crews and catching just as much wreck as their counterparts, if not more. The males respected their hustle. Their names started to ring bells just as loud as the males who were putting in work. The term money, hoes, and clothes became very popular from the mouths of these individuals who lived by those words. The term today is just as strong as it was back in the day. It's easy to frown upon and criticize the action of these certain individuals who are literally demolishing businesses, but when you have no other options and the peer pressures start to take over, you easily succumb, and then you join in, not wanting to be left out. It's a known fact that at a young age, we as people know the difference between doing right and doing wrong. And there may be older people who try to guide the wild and reckless youths toward the right path. But in all actuality, young people tend to want to touch the stove just to see if it's really hot. Many of the Ralphie's kids and other crews that were making their rounds throughout the years paid daily with their lives and paid daily with prison time as well as with their lives. In prison, they waste time that they can never get back. But when you are on a high, something or someone has to bring you down. The crew knew their consequences, but that made the missions more daring and more intriguing to those that heard about what was going on, as well as seeing the spoils of their risky behaviors that led to what made the Ralphie's kids and every other crew more appealing. In life, you have difficulties and most things come to an end. What became a way of life for the young males growing up in the hood and just try to fit in and survive turned them into urban legends, despite what anyone may say or otherwise. In their eyes, taking millions of dollars worth of merchandise may have seemed cool at the time that they were doing it, but now as older and mature individuals, some have turned that negative energy into something positive for themselves as well as for the culture. As the laws got more strict for young blacks and Latinos who wanted to continue living a life of crime, soon saw their actual luck run out. And the harsh reality set in place that boosting and everything else that came with it didn't seem so appealing to when most started doing it. There are probably some that still get busy, but the craze has drastically turned down from the days in the 80s that quickly transitioned into the 90s. You have to change with the times. And the way Latinos and blacks who have grown up throughout the 5 boroughs as well as across the United States are still being targeted with police brutality as well as being gunned down. The target remains on their backs, and we are still our own worst enemy while still fighting the system. Coming up dealing with so much as a child, things had to change for some of these youngsters to believe that they could have a promising future. Not attending school or even learning how to read or write can be an obstacle for most. If you only know about prison life and the streets, then that is your go-to. And you become confined mentally and physically to a system that will keep you in bondage forever. Down the line, programs soon arose to help the betterment of these youths that needed a better direction, not just for themselves, but for their own future. If the adults were not caring about these children that were ruining their lives, then what makes anyone think that the children would care? Some adults that saw and cared decided to take a stand and help organize certain programs to help these kids. GED programs, job placements, peer counseling was soon put into place. No one ever took the time to utterly understand what's the reason or reasons that made these youngsters act the way they did daily. But not wanting to deal with the bad apples of the bunch while they attended school, the best choices at the time was to either kick them out or suspend them, which only led them to not attend school no more and run the streets and become just another statistic. Depression, mental illness, broken homes, child abuse, incarcerated parents or incarcerated siblings, drugs, and everything else that could turn a good kid into a problem, not just for themselves, but for society as well. No one can alter the history of what transpired during this golden era, which may look like a horrible time for those that grew up living in a torn environment. But if you ask anyone today, they would tell you that it was the best time of their upbringing. The history and the memories and pictures remain the same, and sometimes you need these certain things to help you go through life. To grasp the beauty of something, you must endure the pain, and yet live to tell the story that goes with it. The story continues. Credits. AV Rock, Antoine, AJ, Alex, Archie, Big Boo, Boostin' Billy, Bezo, Buff, Boog, Born, Boostin' Bob, Bloody, Beck Live, Baron Boo, Big Head Court, Kurt Lowe, Carvel, Kurt DeBert, Claiborne, Cat, Seagard, C-Money, Corey, Chris, Dollar B Dave, Dre, Dave Lowe, Quan, Boostin' Kev, Kenny, Lloyd, Larry, Little Rick, Macho, Monton, Man, Nesto, Pringo, Prince Polo, Prancer, Little Pumpkin, Rack Lowe, Rakeem, Wayne, Wick Wack, Dan Lowe, Don, Disco, Dennis, Drew, Dog, Duke, Ernest, E. Lowe, Frankie Boo, Frizzlow, Floyd, Fred, Face Low, Fat Rudy, Fila 1 and 2, G. George, Cygris, G. Life, Gas, Gary, Heck Low, Huff, Hayes, Indio, Jason, Joey, Jappy Just, Keithy, Kermie, K. Beat, Little, Little Act, Life Low, Mike Vance, Marion, Moosey, Millie Moe, Oliver, Pup Low, Bana, Q, Rudy Low, Ralph Low, Reese, Reggie, Ryan, Za, Ref, Rodney, Ron the Don, Sean Dew, Steve Austin, Sixes, Spirit, Ski, Sport Low, Skeet, Speed, Tone Low, Vonnie, IBN, Ronaldo, Rich, Robo Sean, Stay, Shills, Surge, Shannon, Squash, Stoneface, Scoob, Sterling, Stacy, T-Roy, Tony Rome, Vic Low, Batman, Star, Ninja, Fars Capone, Beefstick, Mr. Raisin, Mike Wheelchair, Marco Polo, Trev, Dre, Mousy, iGod, Lou, Antoine, Blue Eye Dawn, Scooby, Flip, Sekou, Twin Low, Dan Low, Barlow, Rip Low, Dark, Ra Low, E Low, Sleep Low, Kenny Low, D-Rock, Sha Low, Cleve Low, Mario Low, Fat Lean, Fatine, Fort Low, Frizz Low, Byron Low, Doug Low, Engelbert, Prescott, Disco Dan, Big Head Rick, E Yuck, Cooper, Kills, Brent, Lady Low, Momo, Set It, Blunthead, Lucky, Baby Light, Tia, Bagman, Frank and the Mini, Ray, Cruz Ed, the whole IS 390 crew, Tim Low. The end.